Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions. I think I'm going to start with the last question. Was it Aurelia, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Data sovereignty.
Data sovereignty. So I'll just go to the issue first and then come to the substantive one. In Ghana, we have data centers. These are infrastructure in which you have server systems in there which store data. We have both government and we have private data centers. And this issue that you raised also has been pertinent, people asking this. And one of the beauty of it is that most of the times we don't understand how the physical infrastructure, the logical infrastructure, as well as the network architecture work together to be able to help us. And one thing that has come up is that most of our data centers are underutilized because people have, comes back to your question in terms of this data. If I store it in Ghana, if we have a problem with an institution or the government, will I be blocked from accessing this data? But also, for when we come to the network side and technology, once you log onto the internet, everything is, you are open and up for it. So I think one of the things that we have to do, and I'll tie a bit into what the gentleman from Nigeria said, if we don't own this part of the technology and develop the tools and the infrastructure that we have to be able to make inputs, nobody's going to do it for you because we have data extraction, which is happening now. And I'll tie it into the other question about protecting our data in this Momo fraud. The technology as we see it now, if you have data centers which are outside of the country, last year we had a fiber cut. Most networks went down. Do we know why these networks were not functioning? Because most of the data and our websites and other functionality were, the repositories were outside of the continent. So we couldn't access it. Let's take away the malicious actors who are trying to hack it. If these are out of the country, do you have any control over it? So we need to make inputs and also make sure that our data centers, especially government ones, we are making input and making sure that it's working for us. The second part, I think really we can talk later on about some of these things. And the second part about the Momo fraud and all these things. One of the things that we have in technology is that we also need protection in terms of passwords and other things. And technologies change. Now we have what we call multi-factor authentication in terms of data. You're accessing your devices and stuff. People usually don't know about this. So when I have my password, I also need to have a multi-factor, so 2-step or 3-stage. So maybe I have a password to be able to enter and maybe a biometric ID or something. Most people don't know about it. But one of the things about Momo fraud is that, please let's pay attention to where we withdraw these monies from. I experience it sometimes. When I use, I like testing things. Sometimes I just go to a Momo vendor and I withdraw something. In less than 10 minutes, I get a phone call. Okay? So it's also about data protection. So I think most of the things, we need to educate ourselves about password protection and information protection, as well as also building the capacity. And please, which technologies are available? Let's talk, let's work together and train ourselves.
Okay, so I will come to both Anjali and Emula. And let me now just translate that, what he said, into the thing about data sovereignty and the comment about the owning the media to media sovereignty. To what extent can we say that the media that we work with all for are media houses that we really have control over, the independence is there, the integrity is there, without being controlled by some people with big money who want certain agendas or agendas set for them?
Thank you very much. I think journalists need to have the mind of their own. I've done a story in time past that my media organization wouldn't publish, and because I know the importance of the story, I took it to another media station. I lost my byline because I can't report on another platform. But at least I made sure that the information went out. Sometimes we need to be able to be bold to take some steps. We need to be able to think outside the box. Yes, there is censorship, and there is either pays the piper, dictates the tune. But sometimes you have to think beyond all this limitation and give it all you can. Go beyond the limitation, the restriction that you have as a journalist.
All right. So let me come to you, Charles. And there is a question from one of our online participants who is saying that how do we ensure that the rollout of DPI is not done or is done in such a way that our people in the rural areas, those who didn't go to school and those who are in deprived communities are not left out? How do we ensure that they are included in this whole DPI rollout and adoption?
Bien, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur exécutif. Par exemple, nous, dans le cadre du projet WURI, nous avons mis en place ce qu'on appelle des comités locaux. La Côte d'Ivoire a 508 sous-préfectures pour environ 8500 villages. Et donc, dans chaque localité, nous avons créé un comité local qui est supervisé par le chef du village et qui implique des leaders de la communauté, des jeunes et des femmes. Il s'agit donc d'abord d'informer ces populations-là sur l'opération que nous sommes en train de mener. Donc cela se fait dans les langues locales, cela se fait avec les griots, cela se fait avec les leaders du village, les leaders religieux. En plus, ce que nous faisons, nous avons mis en place une collaboration avec les radios de proximité. En Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons une union nationale des radios de proximité de Côte d'Ivoire qui regroupe environ 200 radios non commerciales qui seront chargées donc de pouvoir diffuser dans les langues locales, dans une dizaine de langues locales choisies, pour que le travail que nous faisons donc, puisse arriver auprès de ces communautés, auprès de ces villageois-là, de ces populations reculées dans les zones reculées. Heureusement, en Côte d'Ivoire, on a un taux de pénétration d'environ 48% d'Internet pour la 4G, 82-83% pour la 2G et la 3G en Côte d'Ivoire. Et puis un taux d'électrification d'environ 90% sur tout le territoire. Donc, ce sont des facteurs qui aident donc à pouvoir véhiculer ces messages auprès de ces communautés reculées pour créer l'inclusion et donc permettre de pouvoir toucher toutes ces populations-là. Je voudrais aussi, avec votre permission, donc pouvoir répondre rapidement à la préoccupation de mon frère du Bénin qui parlait un peu de la suivi des économies de la presse numérique. Moi, j'ai eu la chance en 2006 d'être membre fondateur de ce qu'on appelle le réseau des professionnels de la presse en ligne de Côte d'Ivoire. À l'époque, c'était une initiative innovante, personne ne s'intéressait à la presse numérique. Donc nous, on a eu la chance de pouvoir le faire. Mais ce qu'il faut dire, c'est qu'en plus d'être journaliste, l'entreprise de presse est une véritable entreprise. Et donc les journalistes eux-mêmes doivent se former. Parce que je suis journaliste, je écris, mais dès lors que je mets en place une entreprise de presse, il faut que je me forme au management, il faut que je me forme à la gestion, il faut que je me forme au fundraising, à comment capter des capitaux. Donc, il faut qu'en tant que journaliste, dès lors que je décide d'être entrepreneur, je dois m'outiller pour que je puisse donc gérer mon entreprise de presse. Et donc, c'est une invitation que je fais à notre frère du Bénin. Il faut se mettre à niveau. Dès lors que vous voulez devenir entrepreneur, responsable de presse, comment vous devez vous former pour capter de la publicité? L'environnement, il est dynamique parce que je dis il y a beaucoup de sources d'accès à l'information. Mais il faut que nous-mêmes, journalistes, on ait le courage de se mettre à niveau. Et tout à l'heure, notre frère du Nigeria le disait, on a peur du numérique, mais ça s'impose à nous. Et donc, on doit avoir des sociétés civiles fortes, on doit avoir des journalistes forts qui osent interroger, qui osent questionner les gouvernants. Parce que c'est de ça leur responsabilité aussi, c'est ça aussi leur responsabilité. Eux-mêmes doivent s'approprier ces outils-là, pouvoir en vivre, mais aussi pouvoir demander des comptes à nos gouvernants sur des questions aussi essentielles que les infrastructures numériques dans lesquelles beaucoup d'argent est mis et pour lesquelles on doit demander des comptes. Merci beaucoup.
All right. Thank you very much. I think there was one question that was directed at me, which is, do we not need some baseline qualification for people to practice journalism? But let me use the privilege of being the moderator to pass on that question to Anjali. What do you think? Do we need some baseline qualification for people to do journalism, or as it is now, anybody at all can get into the field of journalism? What's your view on that?
Merci. Je pense que d'abord, être journaliste, c'est d'abord d'avoir des capacités, d'être capable de rapporter, de bien faire son métier. C'est cela, être journaliste. Et si vous n'avez pas cette capacité-là, je pense que vous ne pouvez pas vous taguer d'être journaliste, et encore moins journaliste d'investigation. Donc, si nous sommes là, c'est que nous avons la capacité de le faire, et les journalistes doivent renforcer leurs capacités, surtout dans leur domaine de spécialisation. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut forcément se spécialiser, avoir une ligne directrice pour savoir dans quoi on est et qu'est-ce qu'on veut faire. Et ça permet aux journalistes de se poser d'abord les bonnes questions et dans le choix du sujet, dans le choix de son angle de traitement, afin d'avoir les bonnes réponses. Merci.
All right, I believe that that's a very good response. So the accountants and the engineers and the astronauts, they are all welcome to practice journalism, except that they have to go by the code of ethics that are supposed to guide, journalism. Unlike engineering, where I am not an engineer, when I get there, I wouldn't know whatever to do. We need people to tell us their stories about engineering. We need people to tell us their stories about aerospace processes. And we need people to tell us stories about what goes on in the medical field and all of that. And nowadays, anybody at all can, there are YouTubers and so on who have even significant followers than a whole media houses. So what is important and critical, I believe, is that we abide by the code of ethics. I think there were about 2 or so hands up here. I would, we were supposed to have an hour. We started about 5 minutes late. So if my people allow me, we'll just maybe do the next 5 minutes and then we bring it to a close. So yes, I'm permitted to do that. So there were 2 hands on this side of the room. If those people still want to comment or ask a question, that's fine. If not, maybe we will bring it to an end. Do we still have people there who have questions to ask? Okay, then maybe we take the last one from here.
Hello, my name is Shine. I'm a student. I want to find out if a journalist asks for an information and it's not given, can the journalist go the extra mile, maybe tapping or hacking the system to get the information? Is it right?
Okay, fortunately we have 2 journalists and a former journalist. So maybe the last one, or this is a very big question, so it's okay. We'll close with this question, whether we'll hack or we don't hack. Yes, so Madam.
Thank you very much. As journalists, you have to abide by the ethics of the profession, so you cannot hack. And you cannot conjoin stories on your own to make up your reports. You have to be fair, you have to balance, you have to get the person to talk to you. Use all avenue. You can call, you can text, you can visit the office. Having done all of that and no response, you put in your story that you have done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but no response. So with that, you are absolved of any fault. But you can't hack, and you can't cyber stalk anybody.
Anjali?
Oui.
Should we hack?
and you went there, the authorities are not talking. But that issue didn't happen in isolation. It happened to some people. Some people are witnesses to this event. So you go around and get experts to talk about when we have this kind of situation, what should happen. There will definitely be a story.
Okay, let me go to Charles. Since you've been a journalist before, so she's talking also about a situation where, let's say, Wuri is using your systems to dupe people. Just as an example, to Wuri, your organization. So she is told that in the Wuri system, there is a lot of problems, fraud activities that are happening there. She has written to Wuri, this is my information. You don't mind her. She has sent a right to information request. You don't mind her. Meanwhile, within the system, they can see a lot of things that have happened. And they have the capacity to hack. Should they hack or no hack?
Non, je pense que le hacking est puni par la loi, logiquement, en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, je veux dire, si elle s'y adonne, c'est sûr que si elle est prise, malheureusement, elle va devoir en répondre. Voilà. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, il faut plutôt développer d'autres stratégies d'approche avec les... C'est vrai que les gens n'aiment pas toujours qu'on fouille dans leurs affaires, mais aux journalistes, c'est aux journalistes qui revient de trouver les stratégies adaptées donc pour pouvoir capter l'information. Il y a des formations, par exemple, qui sont faites chez nous sur les journalistes d'investigation. Ce sont des nouveaux métiers qui doivent être approfondis pour que les gens s'intéressent à des sujets sensibles, puissent fouiller, puissent jouer vraiment entier. Parce que le rôle du journaliste, ce n'est pas de baisser les bras à chaque fois qu'il y a une difficulté. Il faut donc aller au contact, il faut montrer que tu es pugnace, tu veux vraiment ton information. Et je pense qu'en définitive, si c'est sans harceler positivement en griffe, eh bien, il va donner un bout d'information que le journaliste pourra exploiter. Voilà un peu, c'est un peu ça la réponse. Je pense que les deux collègues ont donné de très bonnes réponses sur cette question-là. Voilà.
Okay, so I think on that question, the consensus here is that don't hack. Of course, Koku, those of you in technology, it is also an alert for you to ensure that you have to also make your systems hack-proof. Otherwise, anything can happen. I think that on that note, my time is up. I want to thank my panelists for the wonderful conversation that we've had. I think so far the indications are that
break is for 45 minutes. So I think by 2 p.m., let's all try and be back so that we can resume the second session for the day. Thank you, and do enjoy your lunch.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
3 days workshop has been very interesting. There's a lot I have learned. Before now, the concept of DPI has been a little bit, will I say vague or very broad? I didn't really understand it, but this workshop has done a lot in terms of enlightenment. I'm particularly delighted for the facilitators.
Today, technology is just very speed. Things are changing. It used to be after a few years, but now 2 months, 3 months, you have new technology.
I'm really enjoying my time here in Abuja. The training has been eye-opening for me. I've written several stories that I did not know would fall under DPI, but with explanation from Mr. Gabi and other lecturers who have come to explain things to us, I'm beginning to see things from a different dimension.
This training has been eye-opening. For me, really, it's a new concept altogether, DPI. And the 2 sessions we've had since yesterday and today have been eye-opening, have been revelatory, and I am grateful that I am getting out of this place, even this evening when we still have a day remaining, fuller than I came in. So I think that the organizers have done us well to bring us here and to give us a better and deeper understanding of digital public infrastructure.
And it's been a very awesome time here, getting to know a lot about DPIs and DPGs, especially different areas that emphasizes identity, payment, and data exchange. But most importantly, they've given us the right resource persons to speak with us, and then having people from the Identity Commission, those from the Interbank Settlements, and also the NCC, and then with Gabi from OSEP, just making sure these complex details are so relatable.
How do you determine that an individual is a Nigerian? He may have crossed the border because of a crisis in his own homeland or country and has crossed the land into Nigeria. And because you enforce this policy of capturing undocumented person, you capture him. Well, the good news is NIN, issued by NIMC, does not confer identity. We still work with relevant government agencies who can assert that this individual is not a Nigerian.
NCC is doing a lot to ensure that that connectivity is pervasive, is robust all over Nigeria.
I mean, we had opportunities to speak to those in the industry, those that actually work with these.
Interesting. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. You are all welcome back from lunch. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes, so I will plead with all of us to kindly take our seats, and then we'll be starting. If your colleagues or friends are not yet in, please kindly invite them in so that we can start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
By the telecom companies for the banking industry. The banking industry charges you for that service.
So just go through the process. I guarantee you that the kind of things going on at NIBS, nobody's going to ignore a message, but just have your details properly figured out.
Anytime you hear DPI, your mind must go quickly to these 3 key mentioned earlier. Is there an infrastructure that can help identify people, verify people, make payments, or exchange data?
Coming to learn how DPI affects us and how we can advocate for the adoption in Nigeria. Though Nigeria has made some certain steps, but we need to improve on what we have already on the ground.
As journalists, we are supposed to inform and educate the people, not in jargons, but in clear, simple English that they can really understand. So I think I am in a position where I can really explain that even to children.
What I can do as a journalist to resound the message of DPI, the importance, the awareness to the Nigerian populace.
Over the past few days, we have had very interesting session with the journalists. We spoke about the challenges, the advantages, and everything that is around the digital public infrastructure. And what I can say about our engagement, it has helped them to understand better what this is and how this can contribute to the development of a country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our 3-day training. On behalf of the Media Foundation for West Africa and Co-Develop, we want to say a very big thank you for availing yourself to participate in this training. Congratulations once again for being selected for the fellowship. The process was very rigorous, and so for you to find yourself here, it's a moment of joy. I mean, it shows that you are doing something good.
DPI Journalism Fellowship.
It's fascinating how DPIs or DPGs are gradually becoming part of Africa's development. As part of this journey, the Media Foundation for West Africa, with funding support from Co-Develop, has launched Phase 2 of the DPI Journalism Fellowship. This initiative has brought together 45 journalists from Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, and Togo. Through a series of capacity-building sessions, these talented fellows are mastering the art of reporting on DPIs and DPGs like never before. The training kicked off with insightful sessions led by the Media Foundation for West Africa's Executive Director, Suleiman Ibrahima, and Co-Develop Africa's Director, Robert Karanja. Together, they inspired a shared vision of using journalism to drive digital awareness and accountability. DPI expert and head of Africa for MOSIP, Gabi Adutevi, led the interactive capacity workshops, equipping fellows with information on DPIs or DPGs landscape in West Africa, DPGs and financial inclusion, data privacy and security issues in DPI or DPGs, and DPI for development and sustainability. Participants also honed their storytelling skills under the guidance of the fellowship editor, Mr. Isaac Kaliji, tackling complex issues such as national digital ID systems, financial inclusion, and the importance of data exchange. Thought leaders like Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe from Ghana and Dr. Alvan Ikoku from Nigeria enriched the experience with actionable insight into the evolving digital landscape in West Africa.
We had opportunities to speak to those in the industry, those that actually work with DPI, DPGs, and it's been interesting because my understanding about it has evolved, and so basically I'll be able to write stories that people will be able to resonate with.
In Togo and Benin, journalists engaged in in-depth discussions on the importance of data privacy and digital inclusion, guided by trainers like Gabi Adutevi. In Nigeria, participants connected with experts from NIMC, NCC, and NIBSS to unpack the intricacies of the country's DPI or DPG's landscape. These conversations sparked important questions and inspired impactful story ideas. Through collaborative storytelling sessions with fellowship editors, fellows across Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, and Togo are laying a strong foundation for impactful story reporting, bridging the gap between citizen awareness and active participation in the deployment of DPI and DPGs in their countries. With their newfound skills, these fellows are telling stories that hold institutions accountable, inspire public digital transformation, benefits all. The work doesn't stop here. Join us as we continue to enhance awareness on DPIs and DPGs across West Africa.
Bonsoir mesdames et messieurs, j'espère que vous vous portez tous bien. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue encore une fois ce soir. Si vous voulez me comprendre en français, vous pouvez utiliser et les récepteurs pour entendre le français. Nous allons sans plus tarder commencer avec la session. S'il vous plaît. Si nous avons un siège vide devant nous, veuillons l'occuper, s'il nous plaît. OK. Et cette session explorera le potentiel transformateur du numérique pour réduire les inégalités et favoriser Vanessa Ukamaka Richard Bassey, responsable des programmes à Sparkling FM Nigeria. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Dilali. Good afternoon, everyone. So, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to be moderating this important panel session. It is important because it forms part of why we're here today. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Media Foundation for West Africa for giving me this opportunity to be moderating this important panel session. Okay, so DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, is transforming Africa's socioeconomic landscape, and it's been doing this by promoting financial inclusion. When I arrived Ghana yesterday night, I was having a conversation with a colleague, Usman, and I had mentioned to them that, or to him rather, that Ghana is really doing well in terms of digital payment platforms, and it's really important that we commend the country, and I see that's something that other countries can learn and follow suit. And that's why it's important that we talk about this today. The topic we're looking at is from exclusion to inclusion, DPI and inclusive development in Africa. How DPI, sorry, let me remove this, thank you. How DPI can make for inclusive development in Africa, taking cognizance that whatever it's producing for Africa must be safe and respecting the rights of Africans. And to join me on this panel, I have key players in this industry who will be doing justice to this very important topic. It's my honor to warmly welcome on stage Madam Sabine Mensah. She's the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Africa Nende Foundation. Please, a round of applause as she comes on stage. Thank you so much. Keep clapping until she comes on stage. Thank you. And joining her is Abdul Razak Isaka Ali. He's the Chief Commercial Operation Manager, Mobile Money Limited. Thank you. A round of applause as he comes on stage. And we also have Hezekiah Amaike, the Product Manager, Platform Paystack. Please, a round of applause as he comes on stage. Thank you very much. And like I had mentioned, that DPI is really transforming Africa's socioeconomic landscape. It's promoting inclusive development, financial inclusion, and access to essential services. And we see platforms like digital platforms like mobile money, M-Pesa, revolutionizing financial inclusion with over 50 million active users across Africa, facilitating seamless transactions and access to essential services. And it's very important that we look at how DPI can make for inclusive development. How do we ensure that every community, be you a rural community, urban community in Africa, everybody is put together into the net. And while you're coming into this net, DPI is safe for you to use and also respecting of your right. Someone had asked the question about violation, data privacy, and all of that. So thank you very much to my great panelists for joining me on stage. And my first question is to all of you. And the question is, how do you see the role of instant payments evolving in promoting economic growth and reducing poverty in underserved communities? I'd like to start from you, Madam Sabine, before I go on to the gentleman. Please go on.
Oh, hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here at WAMECA and representing African Ender Foundation. I think today, if you want to do business, at some point you will need to pay for something and you will need to be paid for something, whether it's goods or services. So therefore, an instant payment, mechanism is important for you as, a business owner, or as any of us, because throughout our day, we have to, cater for what we need. Instant payment systems are critical in ensuring that you don't waste time for you to collect your money. You don't waste time for you to pay something, especially if that is an important ingredient into what you're going to produce at the end of the day and put it back into the market. But for these instant payments to truly be transformational for us in Africa, it is important that they are accessible to all. It cannot be just the privilege of the few. It's also important that they're interoperable. It doesn't matter with whom you do business, provider A, B, or C, as long as you have an account. And as long as you have an instrument, the most basic mobile phone, you should be able to do transactions with everybody in the financial ecosystem. Bank to wallet, wallet to bank, it doesn't matter. And I would go even further. You should be able to do transactions not only within your countries, but cross-border with the rest of Africa, particularly in a format where we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which ambition is to increase intra-Africa trade. So for me, this is what instant payment is needed for. Accessibility, affordability. It cannot be that expensive, because then why move from cash? You take cash from your pocket, you give it to me. It is that simple. So instant payment has to also be able to do that simplicity, be affordable, and provide additional benefits, distance. Because with cash, if you have to give me money and I'm in Burkina Faso, and if you have to walk to come to me, it's going to be a long time. But instantly, you can do it within seconds. So I think it is an instrument for inclusion, financial inclusion, but it's also an instrument that can help with economic empowerment by giving, people the ability to leverage finances where they need it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to Abdu, you play in this space. MTN is one of, or the leading network provider in Africa. I'd like to share your perspective to this same question that I asked Madam Sabine.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. So I think, my colleague touched on a lot of the functional, the functional needs for instant payment. I want to talk a little bit in terms of also the, how should I say it? My CEO always says, provide financial dignity. That's what our main purpose is. When he says financial dignity, like in a way you think about it, like how is payment providing dignity, right? But it's providing dignity because it's giving people access to certain financial services that they would never have had, right? An example, right now, some of the things we are thinking about is embedded finance, embedded payments, right? If you go to the underserved communities or the underprivileged, it's a lot of things that they need to buy that they can't afford in the moment of a transaction. How do we, through digital payments, digital finance, enable them to be able to buy and pay later, as an example, right? In that way, you are providing some form of financial dignity because at that moment, they are able to serve their need, right? So those are some of the things that I would say that if you think about digital payments in the future in terms of the underserved and then their privilege, the things that you want to be able to open up for these underserved communities, right? It's the ability to do things that they can't do with cash, right? It's the ability to provide some convenience, ease of use. As an example, Right now, everybody's on USSD, right? That's the primary goal for transacting. But we all know USSD is cumbersome, right? So now we are thinking about moving everybody to the app. But how do you ensure you carry the underprivileged and the less privileged in society along the app journey when they don't have smartphones, right? Those are things that we need to be able to also facilitate, to be able to get people the access to be able to enjoy the benefits of what the migration to app with QR payments, with other forms of payment like NFC, etc., which increases the ease of making payments. So look, digital payment has come a long way. Right now, a lot of, I can give you stories of cocoa farmers, being able to get their money instantly, while in the past, they would have to go through a PC, a DC, like a different layers to be able to get their money. And before the money gets to them, part of it is lost in transit somewhere, right? And that's what some of these things are things that we've currently solved, right? Because people can receive their money directly from source. They can receive their money instantly, when they are delivering their goods or they are selling their goods. However, there is way more that we need to be able to unlock because the digital financial inclusion goes beyond, for me, just payment, but also giving people access to other financial services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul. Thank you. Hezekiah, so Paystack, how do you see the role of instant payment the evolving of instant payment in promoting economic growth and also helping those communities that are underserved?
That's a lovely question. At Paystack, we always tell ourselves it's day one for every problem we attempt to solve. And you would always tell us or hear us say, payment should be as simple as ABC. Now, a lot of the times when I walk into stores and I see that they use one of our products and I see the ease at which they use these products, that's the first smile on my face, letting me realize, oh, what we're doing is actually gaining traction. But fundamentally, growing up as a child, one major thing I always heard in class was liquidity is the lifeblood of a business. And as Paystack, that commitment is something, again, that we commit to saying this is our day one. A business in Tema should be able to receive payments from a customer in China very easily. And as I will keep on powering these type of payments and ensure that the last mile of that payment makes its way across to those businesses. Now, even beyond, like you've also rightly said, it's not just capturing all the segments. And that's where the world of USSD comes in super handy. Ghana has done a tremendous job of financial inclusion with mobile money. And at the same time, as a PSP, it's up to you to give your business that is onboarded on your platform the availability of options, payment options. So at Paystack, we give you the option to use mobile money, USSD, Apple Pay, and that just captures everybody that you want. So I can be a business in Tema selling shea butter, and I can get a customer all the way in Dubai that's trying to make payments. And that's the ease. And at the end of the day, we're settling your funds instantly, and that helps you drive your business. Again, like commerce drives the world, and there's no other way to put it, but just taking us back to secondary school that says liquidity is the lifeblood of any business, so don't suck it up. It should be instant.
All right, thank you very much, Hezekiah. From what you said, Paystack gives businesses that options that they need to make the decision they want. But let's stay with you. Help us understand what Paystack is, and also walk us through how Paystack has contributed to promoting financial inclusion in Africa.
Okay, lovely. Paystack is a payment service provider that's currently in about 6 countries. And one of the ways by which we have encouraged financial inclusion for businesses is the ease at which you can onboard yourself as an individual, self-service. You go to the Paystack platform. We have 2 options. You can either sign up as a registered business or a startup business. A startup business is a business that hasn't been registered, but you're allowed to test your ideas. And if you speak to some people in school when I was in university, I didn't think of registering businesses, to be honest. But that won't stop me from testing my ideas. I could go on Paystack, open a Paystack account as a startup business, and collect payments from anyone in the world. Now, with all of this in play, Paystack has been able to capture a diverse range of merchants across the different African markets and giving them access to all the customers they need to interact with to continue their trade, essentially. Now, at the end of the day, like I said, one thing that would put a smile or continually puts a smile on our face is when you get that email where a customer says, oh, I've successfully been able to pay this business all the way wherever, but I saw the goods online and I could make payments seamlessly. And again, it just still ties back to giving the businesses the various options to collect payments from their various customers. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Sabine. What are the most significant barriers to financial inclusion, and how do you think instant payment can solve these problems?
I think there are several stages in our journey to financial inclusion. I think especially today, when we're looking at leveraging the mobile phone as the instrument to enable access to financial services. So for one thing, if you are in an area, in a village or rural area where there's no connectivity, you are excluded. There's nothing you can do about it because that channel, that connectivity is not there. So that in itself is a barrier, infrastructure. Then if you do have connection in your area, then you need a tool to be able to do a transaction, let's say a mobile phone. That also is a barrier. If you don't have a phone, then you can't, or you would rely on somebody else to do a transaction for you. So affordability of the tool, the mobile phone in itself, is also another barrier. Let's say you have the connectivity and you have a phone, you need to open an account. You need to be identified to open an account. So access to an ID card, identity card, whatever that is, national identity card or whatnot, is also a requirement in most of our countries to open an account. If you don't have identity, then you will not be able to open the account. Here is another barrier as well. But let's say you have all of that and you're able to open that account. Unless financial services became affordable, unless they are solving a problem for us, you won't be using this account. You can open an account and nothing is happening within your account. That doesn't help you. You know, it's like, yes, I have an account, but it's a dormant account for, you know, operators, they would say. So that also becomes a barrier in itself. So I think for me, the challenges are infrastructure level. There are also in, you know, your ability to have the tool, ability to be identified, and the biggest barrier is really the actual value that financial services are offering to you and how they compete with cash, because the competition is not between Paystack and the other guy. It's really between everything that's on the table with cash, because most of the time people will feel like with cash, there's no cost. This is what I have right now. I can exchange it. I can pay for anything. Everybody understands it. It's interoperable everywhere. Everybody gets it. But, you know, so how do we compete with cash? How do we give more value to cash? And that's where instant payments are coming in with a lot of comparable value to cash. So yes, I can do a transaction right away. It's the same thing as if I give you the money, person to person. I can also do that on the phone. That works, okay. But if distance is an issue between you and me, if you know, you're doing business here and I'm in Tema or somewhere else, then instant payment become even more valuable because you don't have to go take transport and take hours out of your business to go to the next place where you need to do business. So instant payments transcend distance, transcends time constraints, and our ability to make this instant payment affordable then brings even more value to the people that are using it. But I'll go a bit further, because by using instant payment also, we start leaving a digital trail of transactions that financial service providers can use to make credit more affordable to people, or even to secure your savings. I always refer to my grandma, who used to put her money under her bed, and we all knew where it was, so everybody can access it. But I also learned from her that, you know, they had a savings group with women in her village, and then a microfinance institution digitized this process. So now, instead of putting it into that box with a key, hiding and somebody gets it, it's on the phone, they get notification, when they do their deposits. So they come together as a community, their savings are secure, and they were able to have access to lending as a group with the microfinance institution. That's the value of instant payment. It's giving you more than what you can do with cash, and enabling you to have more opportunities, and hopefully also help you, move yourself out of poverty.
So from what you said, the combined effort from your grandmother's story is helping to solve some of the barriers that stand in the way of financial inclusion. Thank you. Now, back to you, Abdul. MTN Mobile Money is a leading instant payment platform in Ghana. We know that so well. So how has your company leveraged its network and infrastructure to support instant payment implementation in this country?
I think, we have to go back to the whole, first of all, let's give homage to Safaricom and M-Pesa, right? Without them, there's no mobile money, right? So, we copied with pride. Whatever was
good to copy.
Whatever was happening on the Kenyan soil. I think, look, for us, again, I'll touch on what MTN infrastructure we leverage on, but we didn't just leverage MTN infrastructure, right? So I'll touch on some of the other things that we leverage as well. What MTN has, and I think, we went through a lot of the enablers to digital payments, right? The mobile phone, the network, the accessibility, for example, in the initial stages, people wanted to see, how is electronic money cash? They wanted to see the cash out, as in, and we, when we did our advert, the famous line, "Sikana over here," because that was a question that customers were asking because they didn't trust the service, right? So I think for us, what we leveraged was, as an airtime distribution company, a telecom company, we had a lot of footprints, right? We had footprint in terms of agent networks where people could go now to do deposits and cashing out, right? So at the beginning stage of, digital payments, you need people to be able to turn their cash into e-money. That allowed people the ease to be able to go to over 500,000 agent points that we have across the nation. Now, the other big thing, obviously, I mentioned the network itself, and then the subscriber base that the MTN business had. Right? And most of these guys, because of, again, the Ghana card or public identification, you had data on these customers to be able to easily onboard them onto the digital ecosystem, right? And that's one thing that you want to give the government credit for, right? The whole Ghana card agenda, we believe, has enabled and unlocked a lot of on the financial inclusion side from an identification perspective, which is one of the key enablers to be able to build on top the credit environment, the savings environment, investing environment. It unlocks a lot of things for a lot of people. So we've leveraged all of these things, but we've also leveraged the ecosystem that the fintechs have created, right? Mobile money won't be everywhere if not for the fintechs. And you go to a particular merchant somewhere, for example, let's use an example, Pizza Man, right? You won't see mobile money necessarily there, but you can pay with mobile money. There's merchant acceptance happening with Pizza Man because the fintech has onboarded that merchant, right? So we also pride in ourselves in the fact that we've created an ecosystem where we can leverage the various partners to be able to expand beyond just, wallets, deposit, withdrawals, transferring money, but even on payments, right? And not just the payments to mobile money retailers, but also to every retailer, right? We're talking about interoperability, but that's what we truly want to do. And again, another public infrastructure that we've leveraged is the GIPS infrastructure, which is allowed for interoperability and e-money conversion across DEMIs and across banks, right? So I think the Ghana story, for us, it's a very holistic, story. We've been able to benefit from it, but we wouldn't have gotten here without leveraging all the various players in the ecosystem.
Okay,
right?
And that leads to my next question. In leveraging all the systems you mentioned, have you had to deal with the issue of data privacy, data violation, and how did you solve it?
Look, I think the key with, obviously we have to always make sure you are abiding by the various data protection laws, right? And that's something that we take very, very strongly and stringently, right? And to be honest, our size does not allow us to make any lapses on data privacy, right? The Bank of Ghana is our doorstep every single time, trying to ensure that we are keeping customer data safe. So, look, we have one of the most robust systems we have with the Ericsson wallet. We have some of the most secure data and transaction processing systems in the world, and we pride ourselves in that. So customer data, to be honest, it's safe and secure with mobile money.
All right, thank you. A question for Madam Sabine before I come to Hezekiah. African Lender Foundation annually publishes the State of Instant and Exclusive Payment Report. How do you measure the impact of these instant payments, and what metrics do you use?
That's a tough question that we had to ask ourselves when we started in 2021. We hear a lot inclusive. How do you measure that inclusive component in instant payment structure, especially when you are talking about infrastructure? So we struggled with it, and then we came up with a framework in terms of looking at it from 3 lenses. One being from a consumer side, what does inclusivity mean? Another being from a provider side, what does inclusivity mean? And from a regulator side also, what does inclusivity mean? So for us, we figured the most basic level, you have to do what cash is doing in the ecosystem for a consumer. And with cash, what can I do? I can pay for goods and services, or I can give it to you. So P2P, P2B. In this case, your digital or instant payment has to do that. And then with cash, because if we are in the same country, the currency, you can give it to everybody. So you have to make sure that on the digital rail, the most popular channel is available. And in our case in Africa, it's mobile. So we think that basic inclusivity is when the instant payments can enable you to do a person-to-person transaction and a person-to-merchant buying it, and if mobile is a channel that's enabled in the country. But if you're basic, you haven't done much, because for me, living in a cash economy, you need to convince me to go to digital. There has to be more value than that. So the second level of, in our framework of measuring inclusivity is what we call progress level of inclusivity. Now, at that level, the regulator comes in, and interoperability is actually happening in the ecosystem. Whether you have a bank account or a wallet, doesn't matter. You can move money from a wallet to a bank to a microfinance account, any account in the financial ecosystem. As long as you as a consumer, you have one account, you can transact with everybody. So interoperability becomes key in that ecosystem. So is the ability for any type of provider. So that ecosystem should not just be for the banks to be able to interact, but also the fintech, like you'd mentioned earlier in the discussion with the 2 co-panelists. So fintechs, banks, microfinance institutions, so all licensed payments provider should have access to the instant payment rail. And then the last thing in that framework is that the central bank is playing a key role in the governance of the system and is prioritizing financial inclusion goals. So that's where it's mitigating between the private sector, focus on enabling business for them, which is right, it's okay, we have to have sustainable businesses, but it puts in place a national financial inclusion strategy that becomes the basis for the instant payment and the participants in the instant payment to really thrive and compete and bring costs to the lowest level possible and make sure that accessibility, the network in the areas are all available so that it is accessible to all, it is available to all, and it is affordable enough for all to use. The last stage for us in our inclusivity framework is what we call a mature level of inclusivity. Now at that level, the instant payment rail, the digital is doing so much more than with cash, because with cash you can perhaps pay somebody and then give money to somebody, but in the mature ecosystem, all transactions, so government payments to you and your payments to government, business payment, entrepreneurs and traders that are doing business are enabled, person-to-person transactions are enabled. So everything that you can do with your money, you can do that with one phone and one instant payment rail. So that's one piece. The second is we recognize that we are in a digital world and that fraud is becoming an increasing issue. So in that mature ecosystem, there should be rules that are very clear in terms of consumer recourse. If there is a problem with a transaction, or if there's been a fraud with my account, there should be very clear recourses for me as a consumer to know to whom do I complain, how do I make sure the complaint is registered, how do I know when it's resolved, and who is going to reimburse me because this was a fraud and so forth. So working with the regulator to ensure that there is consumer recourse mechanism is key. And then the last point in a mature ecosystem is typically the providers wouldn't be making money on your payment. They should be making money on value-added services. So that mature ecosystem brings the lowest, if not even free, services to you for the most basic payment, and then they make money on others. So this is how we've been able to evaluate inclusivity. And every year, you're right, we collect information and we put together the State of Inclusive Instant Payment System. And last year in 2024, we found out that there were 31 instant payment systems live in Africa. 28 of those were country-level systems, so at the domestic level, like GIPS. And then 3 were sub-regional systems between several countries in a sub-region. And we also take each of these systems through this inclusivity framework to see, you know, which one is more inclusive, or who is at the progress level and who is at the basic level. Last year we had 9 systems at a progress level out of 31. So that tells you that there's a lot more work to be done in inclusivity for instant payments in Africa.
All right, thank you very much, Sabine. That was really insightful. Hezekiah, DPI, how do you see DPI making impact in reducing poverty and promoting economic growth in Africa?
Okay. That's a really good question. And when I think about DPI, what comes to mind is the day-to-day infrastructure for a business who needs to transport from point A to point B. DPI is that infrastructure that allows you move those goods. Is it good roads? Is it easy accessibility to warehousing? But when it comes to instant payments, it takes us back to something that she initially said about the ease of access to internet services. Even as a fintech, when you're building, are you building to capture even people who don't have access to the internet? That's where USSD comes in handy as well. Another thing that's also popped up ever so often, and props to the BOG for this, is there's a sandbox environment that allows people to test their ideas. Yeah. Now, even as SpaceX, and that's what I said as well, where we give you that avenue to create a startup business. You don't need to have all the information available, because we know that at some point you might have some blockers getting your registration documents, signing up as a business. Now, you can sign up and not have these details and have your ideas running and not lose access to those customers, because we're very well aware that when it comes to DPI, there's still some gaps here and there that might obstruct you as a business to sign up easily. Yeah. And again, just making as much effort as possible. And I say this thing very often to a few fintechs I've spoken to. It goes beyond just competition. It's more collaboration. And when you collaborate, then you can even begin to aid more services that even support DPI in a way that you capture more people into the market, and then just leads to healthy competition because innovation thrives. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. My next question is for Abdu, and the question is, what role do you see government playing in promoting instant payment and financial inclusion? Where do they come in?
Yeah, thanks again for the question. I think ultimately government's role for us is to provide an enabling environment, right? You have to set the ground rules that drives innovation. But again, you understand that the government also has to put in certain compliance constraints to make sure innovation does not lead to chaos, right? But it's finding the balance, right? What is the balance between being proactive and driving innovation, and having some constraints that does not stifle that same innovation, right? And for me, I think that's the balance that we need to find, and that's the role that we want government to play, right? Another role would be to actually champion digital payments. If the government themselves are accepting digital payments for everything that they do, it increases the viability to the I would say in Ghana we have a lot of people already accepting digital payments, but there is still the last mile, the last few that we need to get across, right? And if government is essentially championing that agenda, it makes it easier, right? It makes it easier to actually go and for everybody to accept that this is the way to go for all of us. And and what I would give credit to the Ghana government in this instance, where they've actually championed quite a bit of innovation around that. For example, ECG, I think now processes more than 90% of their transactions are digital. You look at what they are doing at the Ghana ports as well. But again, there is a lot more transactions that can go in there. What I would say to the regulators and the government, if they are listening, is not to be too afraid, right? Sometimes you have to try within a certain limit. But the sandbox allows us to be able to do that, which is another great innovation by the central bank. But they have to, sometimes let innovation move a little bit faster. I mean, the conversation around cross-border, as an example, has stalled for a while. I mean, the government themselves were championing the agenda, but when it comes to actually putting in the regulations and allowing people to move, it's been kind of cat and mouse in a way, right? Where they're not sure whether they want to move or they don't want to move because of certain risks or perceived risks. So that's what I would say. Look, provide an enabling environment and allow innovation, obviously within a controlled space, so there's no chaos. Thank you.
Vanessa,
Okay, you want to say something?
Yes, I was going to say also, recognizing that in our countries, governments are the biggest payer and the biggest payee for collector as well. So I think governments can play a catalyst role by digitizing payments. They can enable, for instance, I think the last Findex said that social protection payments, by digitizing that, they were able to bring 850 million people open their first account in low and middle income countries in 2024 because governments digitize social payments and their payments. So that's a great incentive that governments can pay. And I give you an example where I went to Malaysia one time and I saw a sign. I went in and I bought some food and it said, if you're paying cash, you will pay an extra 5%. So the incentive
to discourage cash payment
was to discourage cash and really digitize everything because of the benefits we see there. So just wanted to add that.
So when government comes, it makes it easier for people to embrace because they will dismantle maybe some barriers. Thank you very much, Sabine. Thank you. Now, Hezekiah, Paystack as a fintech player, what sort of regulation would you want to see that will push financial inclusion to the next level in Africa?
I wouldn't deviate so much from what Mr. Abdul has said because it really captures the whole thing. We had a conversation earlier. And it's just that angle of don't be afraid. Where we've gotten to today is because people wanted to experiment with things. Now, AI has gone far because people are experimenting with things. They've created an avenue for sure with the sandbox, but sometimes even the ease of entry has some gray areas where it's like, oh, what do we do? And then some businesses just can't practice or bring their ideas to life. So essentially, from a fintech standpoint, people will always come up with ideas. And I like what you said, where we're competing not just with other fintechs, but also with cash, which is what people have gotten used to, and at the same time, trust. And one of the core things, if you take a look at our product strategy, is to ensure that whatever we're building, there's that element of trust in it. Yeah. But at the same time, because you're competing with cash, you need to come up with very creative solutions that are as simple as possible, no matter the complex background, but when the customer sees it, they see simplicity. But if you are coming up with all these brilliant ideas and then you table it before the government, you're like, it's like, allow these things test run, and then see the value in them. So essentially, fundamentally, all I will say is allow businesses test run their ideas. Your fears can be valid, but at the same time, you won't have facts to investigate or address those fears if you don't allow these ideas thrive. So yeah.
Thank you. I have one question for you, and then we'll allow the audience to ask their questions. So what trends do you see shaping the future of instant payment in Africa, and how will they impact financial inclusion?
Thank you. It's a great question. Part of the SIPS report every year is also looking at the different trends. Again, we look at it from consumer side, from technology side, and regulation. From a consumer side, what we're seeing is the ubiquity of instant payment. People want to be able to pay anywhere, anytime, anyhow, wherever you are on the continent. And that's, it's faster, safer, more secure as well. Payments and affordability are also key. So as we ask consumers, what are some of the barriers, as the fact that it is not affordable. That's one. Another trend we are seeing, which is more on the challenges they're seeing with instant payment, is again the increase of fraud. Instant payment brings instant fraud as well. So how do you protect consumer in an environment where fast is, what makes the payment valuable? So, and from that point, there are things that regulators are doing. For instance, in the instant payment ecosystem now, there are some countries, UK started first with a liability regulation, whereas if there is a fraud, then the sending company or provider and the receiving provider, so on both sides of the transaction, both providers are also on the hook, so that all the ecosystem is working to protect the consumer and are leveraging, whether it's AI or any type of technology, to ensure that before that transaction goes in, it is a legitimate transaction and that consumers will be protected. And if it's not legitimate, then the providers are also on the hook to find a way to reimburse or reverse these transactions. So those are trends that we're definitely looking into and to see. I think AI will play even a more important role in, as we're going, not only for fraud prevention, but also for standardizing some of the compliance requirements, set by regulator within the context of instant payment system. A trend that we are seeing at a country level, because at the domestic level where they're building these instant payment like GIPS, for instance, in Brazil, PIX, it's that payment is free for consumers. Payment is not where you're making money. It's the value add services where they're enabling now, buy now, pay later, access to credit, insurance, and all of these value added services are where they're making money. So that trend comes to the benefit of consumers, but it has challenges from a sustainability perspective for the providers. So that's something to watch and see how it's going to be evolving, but it's been one of the incentives that have made systems like PIX in Brazil or UPI in India very successful, and the adoption has gone very high because then there's no barriers against cash. If I don't have to pay for it and I can put my money into the electronic, it becomes very convenient. So I hope that gives you an idea of some of the trends we're seeing from a consumer perspective, but also from a regulatory perspective.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's been a rich conversation. And I know we have loads of questions to ask. So if you have questions, I think we'll follow the lead given to us by the first panel session. And we'd like to have 5 questions, looking at the time we have here. So we want this to be even. Questions from here, here, and here. I see more hands here. So I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start with him, Mr. Charles.
I was thinking in French. So
Okay.
to be clear, merci. Je voudrais savoir, je m'interroge, est-ce que plus d'innovation, plus de technologie ne devient pas une barrière à l'inclusion? Plus ça se développe, plus on est plus performant dans la technologie, est-ce que ce n'est pas un frein à l'inclusion? La deuxième préoccupation, il y a un de nos importants leaders politiques africains qui disait faire quelque chose pour moi, sans moi, c'est contre moi. Est-ce que vous avez le sentiment qu'on implique suffisamment les communautés, les populations vulnérables ou bien les populations reculées dans les technologies développées ou dans les innovations faites pour faciliter leur vie. Je ne pense pas qu'il y ait des technologies en langue africaine ou, je dis, en tui ou des choses comme ça. Donc, pour moi qui ne comprends pas anglais ou qui n'a pas fait le niveau basique, je suis un peu perdu. Donc, ce sont mes deux préoccupations rapidement que je voulais soulever. Merci.
Okay, you can answer.
Merci beaucoup, c'est vraiment de très bonnes questions. Pour la première question qui est de dire, est-ce que avec les avancées en technologie, on ne crée pas encore un autre barrage entre les inclus et ceux qui sont exclus? C'est une très bonne question. En fait, je pense que la question nous revient à nous, les acteurs dans l'écosystème, de nous assurer que ce que la technologie permet de faire, on l'utilise à bon escient pour justement inclure les populations qui sont les plus exclues. C'est pour ça que parfois, certains fournisseurs investissent beaucoup lorsqu'ils ont effectivement une technologie, ils font beaucoup de focus group, ils vont dans les communautés ou avant même de voir la technologie, ils partent d'un besoin actuel des communautés. Quelles sont les barrières, les défis que ces communautés-là rencontrent avec justement l'utilisation de la technologie et créer maintenant des services pour pouvoir offrir ces services-là. Quand les services répondent à un besoin réel des populations, je peux vous assurer que l'adoption, elle va, mais vraiment très rapidement. C'est ce qui a été le cas pour M-Pesa au Kenya en 2007, à l'époque, parce que le plus grand besoin, c'était de bouger de l'argent d'un point A à un point B dans une situation politique qui était tumultueuse et une situation aussi de sécurité qui était difficile. Mais ce n'est pas la pratique courante, malheureusement. Donc il faut vraiment qu'il y ait des efforts qui soient faits dans ce sens-là pour que les populations les plus vulnérables puissent utiliser ces technologies-là à bon escient. Je pense que les gouvernements, les régulateurs peuvent mettre des incitations en place pour le faire. Maintenant, vous avez... I'm sorry. peut mettre des incitations en place pour pouvoir inclure la plupart des populations. En tout cas, c'est ce sur quoi nous, Africanenda, nous travaillons, parce que nous disons que les systèmes de paiement instantanés sont bien, mais ils sont meilleurs lorsqu'ils sont inclusifs et ils permettent à la majorité, à tout le monde, de pouvoir les utiliser. Je pense que la deuxième question que vous aviez posée, c'était par rapport à...
He was talking about engaging vulnerable people and having it in the local languages.
Sorry?
He was talking about engaging the vulnerable, ensuring that they're included by using local languages. Yes.
Il y a des systèmes, enfin, je reviens en arrière, la technologie est un catalyste, elle permet de faire beaucoup de choses. Et il y a des systèmes qui permettent de traduire tout ce que nous faisons là dans toutes les langues possibles. L'intelligence artificielle amène justement ces facilités-là. En Inde, par exemple, il y a des systèmes qui sont bâtis sur les langues nationales indiennes et qui permettent justement, avec le téléphone, même dans le paiement, d'utiliser le visuel. Vous savez, l'argent, même ma grand-mère à moi, elle ne parle pas français, elle ne sait pas écrire, mais elle utilisait son téléphone, me demandait d'envoyer de l'argent tous les jours, chaque fois qu'elle en a besoin. Mais visuellement, on peut montrer les billets et faire un parcours client qui montre à quelqu'un visuellement comment faire une transaction. Et on utilise aussi l'audio en langue naturelle. Et ça se passe. Donc la technologie permet de le faire. Je pense qu'il faut des incitations aux fournisseurs de services qui investissent plus dans ce genre d'initiative pour permettre une inclusivité qui va amener tout le monde et ne laisser personne de côté dans cette transformation numérique.
Thank you very much. I hope she did justice to that question or the question. You want to add something? Please
I want
go
to
on.
add on the second question, right? So one thing, like, so an example is, you know, we've explored the idea of like a key USSD. And one of the things that came out, like we did a focus, people actually that don't speak English can't also read key. Like they can speak it, especially in Ghana, but they can't read it. So that was one of the biggest challenges we had, that the local dialects are spoken more than written. So they can't read it. So one of the things that we looked at, and there's a channel that we actually currently have, is an IVR channel where you can actually perform transactions through just talking. Like you talk and you go through the commands and then it performs the transaction for you. It's not widely known because that's not the most used service, but it's something that we currently have.
Hezekiah, you want to respond to? Okay.
So just to chip in real quick, which is something he also pointed to, when we build products with technology, we don't build it in silos. You have conversations with the people you're building these products for. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to solve a problem for people by people. So you get them in a room, have a conversation, have prototypes, put it in their face. Every product you see with every PSP in the market, best believe somebody sat down together with the customers and asked questions. Does this solve your problem? Does this address your pain points? So yeah, technology will not end up being a barrier because you're carrying the people you're building these products along the way.
Thank you. Please, the next question. Okay, go on.
Merci. Mon prédécesseur a marché sur ma langue, comme je pourrais le dire. Parce que ma deuxième question, c'est ce que je voulais poser. Le manque de sensibilisation, en fait. Il y a des choses qui sont faites et les gens ne sont pas informés. Donc, du coup, ma question a été prise en compte. Merci.
Je dirais que c'est peut-être pour ça que nous sommes là, à WAMECA, le rôle crucial que jouent les journalistes, les médias, sur l'amplification des messages, sur la sensibilisation des populations par rapport non seulement à ce qui est disponible sur le marché, ce que la technologie fait, mais surtout comment l'utiliser à bon escient et comment se protéger aussi lorsqu'il y a des risques.
Thank you. The next question? Okay, please hand him the mic.
Merci. Je voudrais parler en français aussi. La question d'inclusion. Il y a une forme d'exclusion à mon niveau. Aujourd'hui au Bénin, je suis Lucrèce Quenom, chargée de partenariat projet OURI. Dans le quotidien, nous avons des jeunes qui vont vers des populations vulnérables qui sont un peu plus dans les zones difficiles d'accès pour leur faciliter l'enregistrement, l'identification. D'une part aussi, la majorité des programmes, ils envoient des fonds à des personnes qui sont vulnérables et généralement ces personnes sont vraiment dans des zones difficiles d'accès, très loin de la ville. Et aujourd'hui, c'est le mobile money qui est utilisé. On ne transporte plus de l'argent pour se déplacer, aller remettre, ni aux agents qui sont sur le terrain, ni aux personnes qu'on veut soutenir, qu'on veut accompagner. Mais le gouvernement béninois a exigé que toute personne, avant d'avoir un numéro de téléphone, doit avoir un identifiant unique, le numéro personnel d'identification qui est relié à son numéro de téléphone avant de pouvoir accéder au transfert monétaire. Et pour pouvoir avoir ce numéro personnel d'identification, il faudrait avoir le minimum de documents pour qu'on puisse t'enregistrer dans le registre national des personnes physiques. Et ça exclut certaines personnes qui n'ont aucun document. Et surtout ceux dont on parle qui sont vraiment dans des zones reculées. On est confronté à cette difficulté. Et je voudrais exposer s'il y a des réflexions à ce sujet. Merci.
Thank you very much. Okay, you have a solution for her?
Je voudrais peut-être partager une expérience. Ce que vous dites est une réalité et dans beaucoup de nos pays, effectivement. L'Inde a choisi justement face à cette solution parce que aussi c'était un pays qui avait une grande proportion de personnes non identifiées, d'utiliser la biométrie pour identifier les gens. C'est vrai qu'ils n'ont pas une carte d'identité, mais ils ont enregistré en l'espace de quelques années plus d'1 milliard de personnes avec les données biométriques au niveau de l'empreinte digitale et puis de l'iris aussi. Ça, c'est une option aussi que la technologie permet. Je vois qu'il y a beaucoup de nos États qui s'engagent vers ça. Lorsqu'on sait qu'il y a des difficultés pour avoir les pièces d'identité, c'est d'utiliser peut-être la biométrie comme une option qui permet d'identifier déjà tout le monde. Avec ça, au moins, voilà, c'est unique à chaque personne. Mais pour mettre ça en marche au niveau technologique, au niveau d'un pays, ça peut prendre des années, ça peut prendre beaucoup d'investissements, mais ça, c'est potentiellement une solution. Mais je suis d'accord avec vous que c'est un problème qui est très réel.
Do you have a solution? Okay. Please.
Thank you very much. My question is, I could see many digital financial platforms emerging as a result of this financial technology. And as journalists, we also need data in order to ensure effective reporting. So my question is, how do we integrate these digital financial platforms into the international financial reporting standards so that we will get access to authentic data for effective reporting, transparency, and then accountability?
Please start. Okay, you want to answer first? Okay.
That's an interesting question, because the minute you talk about data, especially for a fintech, our senses just flare up because of data privacy. But one thing that we actively do as well is try to post blog posts of the products we're working on, some of the trends we're seeing in the market as well. That's informing some of our decisions and what we're making. I know for sure we need to do better in exposing this data in healthier ways, essentially in ways that can be easily accessible for journalists to encourage literacy. But for now, it's mostly just the blog posts that we have. Some fintechs also go as far as possible to do year roundups, which gives you insight into the operations in the market, or what's the volume of transactions we're seeing, what are the trends that we're observing. But I actually believe we need to still do a whole lot better to give journalists access to that information. At the same time, it will encourage digital literacy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. You know, I was celebrating your question because that's something we at African Ender Foundation struggle with every year when we are putting our State of Inclusive Instant Payment System together. We go to central banks, we go to instant payment system operators every year with a questionnaire, with a request to get their data. Every year we struggle. Even the current report that we are going to be launching out in November, we still have some who have not shared the data. It is a crucial question for us and for Africa. Our ability to track what we're doing and to showcase what's going on. There are so many innovations happening in Africa, particularly on digital payments, that we have a lot to give. And unfortunately, that story is not given the importance it needs because of the fact that we have silos into the data. Sometimes the data is collected, not shared. Sometimes it's collected, shared, but only in certain platform and not others. We at African Ender are advocating for central banks, the regulator of the financial ecosystem, to collect all the data, not only collect it, but publish it systematically so that it is available in the public domain for all of us to work. One thing I can tell you last year is that there are over 48 billion instant payment transactions processed last year in Africa, and accounting close to over $1 trillion in value for instant payment transaction. But even this number is undervalued because out of the 31 systems that we know are live, we only had data for 22. So it tells you that there's so much more happening in that ecosystem. And I hope that you and all of you, the media in the room here, can help raise this advocacy about the importance of collecting instant payment data, of standardizing the data request form. So we're all collecting the same type of data, so to enable comparability between what's happening in the ecosystem and to publish. Don't even give it to African Ender or anybody else. Just put it in the public domain so we can all have access to it and analyze. It would only help us get better, and it would also help us, because you know what they say, you can only improve what you measure. And if you don't measure, how do we know we're doing better?
Abdul, you want to answer, but I'd like to add something to that. Is it that there is no database where this data is stored, or just plain hoarding?
No, there is, obviously. I mean, we wouldn't be digital players if we don't have data. I mean, then how are we playing versus cash? So I think you addressed a bit of the point I wanted to make, which is that, to be honest, as we speak, almost all the fintechs and EMIs in Ghana report to central bank. So the central bank has the data, right? To be honest, like they have everything, right? They choose what to share, when to share, how to share.
Sorry, I have to make a comment.
Okay.
Central Bank of Ghana has been one of the few systematically since 2021 who have shared the data with us for the report. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Every single year.
Yes, exactly. Because they have the data, right? I know currently they have a quarterly, you know, the Bank of Ghana's quarterly release reports. They usually publish within that report. Our report is not just fintech, right? It's a whole central bank report, but there is a section for the fintech, you know, space, which is in there. So there is some information that you can actually get from the Bank of Ghana reports. Now, whether that is, you know, would suffice for everything that you need, I mean, maybe not. Maybe not, but the information, it's available, especially in Ghana. They get the reports, sometimes daily even, on certain reports from us.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay.
Yes, hello. Okay, so my question is very simple. It's to do with inclusion. And most of the time when we hear inclusion, right, it has more to do with people having access in terms of they having access to gadgets, they having maybe internet connectivity, other things. But I also feel that some of the fintechs also overlook persons with disability who also need some inclusion. Most of the time it's been that you allow everybody to be on board, then after they've all come on board, you try your systems and see whether you can access. If you can't access, then you complain. But I think that it should get to a point where most of these fintechs, when they are doing their focus group discussions on how they bring the products on board, they especially take on board, say, persons who have sight challenges. Because some of the reports that we've done from the DPI Fellowship points to the fact that there are so many persons who are having systems that they can use to read on their phones, but there are apps that are available, and even sometimes the USSDs, the timeout time is so quick that most of them are unable to do transactions. So then what happens is they have to give their phones or their devices to other people to help them. And they've gotten robbed several times. I've been a victim before. So I think that inclusion should also find a way of bringing some of all these people on board. And I think that African Ender too, I commend Sabine a lot. We worked on a lot of her reports in our DPI fellowships, and it was very useful, the SIIPS reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a response for him?
It's less of a question and more like an advice and contribution.
Yes.
And this is duly noted. Which, when I answer the question about like how we build and like gathering people together before you make a solution available, I think that's an overlooked group that most of us, for the wrong reasons, just don't look at. But yeah, it is definitely duly noted. And I think that is also the huge angle where IVR has come in super handy to capture these types of markets. But yeah, a lot of investment definitely needs to go into capturing the disabled society. But yeah, that's noted.
I think the only thing I want to add, and to his point, is like, for example, like for us, what we've been thinking in our heads is that we have the IVR channel, but we have not done enough to educate people on it and to promote it and put it out there, right? Because how many people that need it know about it, right? And that's sometimes also things that we need to do beyond just having the technology, making sure people know about it and actually avail and use it. And that's something that we need to do better at.
Thank you. I saw a hand over there. Do you still have the question?
OK. Oui, merci beaucoup. J'aimerais abonder un peu dans le même sens que la question de mon prédécesseur. Moi, je suis journaliste béninois. Dans le cadre du programme de bourse de journalisme sur le numérique de la Fondation, j'ai eu à réaliser un article sur la demande, en tout cas, bon, au Bénin, à l'Université nationale, on a digitalisé l'inscription dans cette université-là. Donc, on a remarqué un peu qu'au niveau des personnes en situation de handicap, c'était vraiment un plus, parce que ceux qui avaient des handicaps moteurs et qui ne pouvaient pas se déplacer, c'était vraiment un plus. Ceux qui étaient des malvoyants, aussi cela leur permettait d'accéder facilement à cette inscription-là sans beaucoup de difficultés diverses. Mais ce que moi j'ai remarqué en fait dans mon reportage, c'est que malgré qu'ils ne pouvaient pas se déplacer, ces étudiants avaient quand même beaucoup de difficultés à utiliser les appareils. Effectivement, comme l'a dit mon prédécesseur, bon, il a déjà tout dit, mais moi, précisément sur l'aspect de la biométrie, est-ce que la directrice d'Africananda pense que la biométrie peut être une solution pour faire participer davantage les personnes en situation de handicap au processus de numérisation de l'administration? Merci.
Thank you. That was more of a contribution, but
There was a question also. J'allais dire, ça c'est une question très compliquée, monsieur. Je sais que la biométrie a un avantage qui est de dire qu'elle peut identifier quelqu'un avec vraiment un niveau de certitude très élevé à travers nos empreintes ou l'iris, que c'est nous. Donc cette partie-là de ce que la biométrie peut faire, donc qui permet donc de vérification de l'identité de quelqu'un et d'utiliser cette information-là pour faciliter l'accès à un service ou pour valider que c'est bien vous qui avez le service, ça c'est ce qui est actuellement utilisé par la technologie et ce qu'on voit. Maintenant, vous allez plus loin en disant, OK, non seulement de m'identifier, mais est-ce que ça peut permettre à des personnes qui ont des difficultés ou des handicaps de pouvoir l'utiliser? Je pense que la technologie ne fait que nous surprendre avec les années, avec les innovations qui se passent. Je suis sûre qu'il y aura des innovations qui vont permettre ça, mais c'est un processus. Donc, j'espère qu'on va y arriver. Ce n'est pas forcément la réponse que vous vouliez, mais je pense que avec la technologie et avec les innovations qu'on voit surtout en Afrique, je suis sûre qu'il y aura des solutions qui vont nous permettre d'accélérer plus d'inclusion pour les personnes qui ont des handicaps.
Thank you very much. That might not be the answer you're expecting, but I believe with technology, we are a step further into making it work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, please go on.
Merci, je suis Ibrahim Elissa Faye, je suis journaliste au Sénégal. Ma question est par rapport un peu au data center, c'est-à-dire à la sauvegarde de nos données. On parle beaucoup d'inclusion financière, on parle beaucoup, disons, de biométrie, mais nous savons tous qu'en Afrique, très souvent, les serveurs ne sont pas ici. Et donc, nous avons tous nos données quelque part et malheureusement, ceux qui sont dans la big data utilisent ces données-là pour, disons, les cookies, pour tout ce qui est marketing, vente en ligne et des trucs comme ça. Finalement, nous sommes quelque part même des cobayes. Je dis ça quelque part parce que au Sénégal, nous avons vécu un piratage à grande échelle de l'administration fiscale qui est resté quand même 5 jours out, carrément, out. Donc, il y a des failles. Et l'autre chose, c'est que au niveau le plus élevé, c'est-à-dire dans le gouvernement, les gens utilisent encore des adresses mail, voilà, Gmail, Yahoo, ou vraiment sur lesquels nous n'avons aucune prise, aucun contrôle. Donc, moi, je pense que quand même, c'est l'occasion de poser le débat sur nos données, qui sauvegardent réellement et qu'est-ce que peut faire l'Afrique et comment pouvons-nous en tout cas faire pour, disons, avoir des solutions purement africaines, localisées en Afrique et gérées par l'Afrique et, disons, même du point de vue des data centers. Merci.
Maxi, a response for him?
Yes, vraiment la plateforme de WAMECA, ce sont des questions très difficiles. Merci beaucoup pour la question. Je pense que le défi de la protection des données est un défi qui est très réel et qui est sérieusement pris en compte par l'Afrique Il y a d'ailleurs un cadre réglementaire qui a été mis en place par l'Union africaine pour la protection des données. Plusieurs pays travaillent sur la sécurisation des infrastructures numériques, beaucoup d'investissements dans l'IPN, l'infrastructure publique numérique, en s'assurant qu'il y a un cadre de cybersécurité qui est mis en place qui va protéger non seulement l'infrastructure elle-même, mais surtout les failles pour ne pas avoir justement accès à ces données-là. Il y a aussi une tendance qu'on voit au niveau général qui est de dire que mes données à moi, en tant qu'individu, je devrais avoir la possibilité de pouvoir donner l'autorisation avant que quelqu'un utilise mes données. Donc il y a de plus en plus des cadres sur le open banking qui me permettraient moi de dire que à la FinTech A, je vous donne l'autorisation de consulter mes données bancaires pour pouvoir me donner des services qui sont les plus en plus appropriés. Le risque est réel, la technologie augmente et de plus en plus, c'est vrai que bon, on voit des hackers, mais ça c'est comme toute nouvelle technologie. Moi je pense que là où on a besoin de vraiment faire le plaidoyer, c'est de voir dans quelle mesure nos pays regardent l'investissement dans la souveraineté numérique, de pouvoir nous-mêmes prendre en charge ces infrastructures-là, de les sécuriser et l'investissement dans nos talents. Il y a une jeunesse qui va de plus en plus numérique, plus en plus innovante, qui justement, si on investit dans la formation sur ces divers aspects de risques que le numérique appelle, on va avoir de plus en plus de ressources qualifiées pour pouvoir sécuriser nos investissements sur le numérique. Mais c'est une question qui est très réelle, sur laquelle je pense que le monde en général et l'Afrique cherchent des solutions. Moi, je suis rassurée et optimiste dans le sens que, comme je dis, il y a déjà un cadre pour la protection des données personnelles. Il y a aussi un cadre qui est en train de se mettre en place sur l'intelligence artificielle et comment l'utiliser pour sécuriser justement nos infrastructures. Donc, c'est un aspect qu'on observe de près.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any response from the gentleman? All right. I want to believe that that's the end of the question. Thank you very much. I sincerely want to appreciate my panelists. You've done justice to this very important topic, from exclusion to inclusion, DPI and inclusive development in Africa. Thank you very much. The Deputy Chief Executive Officer, African Nenda Foundation, Madam Sabine Mensah, thank you very much for your time and the insightful conversation. And also the Chief Commercial Operations Manager, Mobile Money Limited, Abdul Razak Isaka Ali, thank you very much. And Hezekiah Amaike, Product Manager Platform, Paystock, thank you so much for the insightful conversation. We believe that DPI is here to stay and it will keep shaping the future of Africa, but we need to make sure that it's all-round inclusive, it's safe, and also respecting the rights of those who make use of it here in Africa. Thank you very much. Vanessa Okamaka Richard Bassi is my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, and our panelists. I've just been informed that, yes, you should pose for a second for a group photo. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give them another round of applause? So Delali, from the discussions about exclusion to inclusion and the whole conversation about instant payments, well, I took a few notes. Was there any key takeaway for you?
Oh yes, I have learned a lot. We have instant payments. We need to also make sure that it's inclusive. And I understand that everyone here has payment systems or accounts mobile money or uses payment system, I also have a mobile money account and bank details, so you can just include me in your payments. Thank you very much. So we are all doing inclusivity.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we've been sat for a while, especially after lunch. We want to ensure that the energy in the room is not dipping. So please bear with us. Can we be upstanding for a moment? Can we all stand up and stretch a bit? That's also a good health break. Can we have everyone upstanding just for a minute? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's stand up, let's stretch a bit. And
to our online participants.
Yes, our online participants, yes, please. You're part of this exercise as well, so you can stand wherever you are and take a few stretches. So whilst we are standing and stretching, as you know, this event is also about networking, so we want you to do something for us. Please find someone you've not met before who is close to you, okay? And ask their name, their country, and something interesting about the media in their country. Find someone. We want to see everyone engaging, please.
Please, you are encouraged to move to the other row.
Please
and
find
meet
someone
someone
you've not met before.
Yes. Yes.
We'll come round to ask a couple of people to share, so please find someone.
In fact, I am coming now.
So their name, their country, and something interesting about the media in their country.
Name, country. Oh, this is great. This is actually great. Well, what I like is...
Well, I like the engagement.
Yes,
There's lots of conversations
I can
going
feel
on.
the energy. And some people are avoiding my look, but I'm still coming to you. Yes. I'll just walk to anyone and ask name and country. Hello, sir, how are you doing?
I'm very fine.
Thank you. I've identified a solo participant who's here. Okay. Hello, sir. You speak French or English? French. Bonjour, monsieur. Comment allez-vous? Vous avez échangé avec elle? Okay.
Okay. I like the great conversations going on.
Yes.
So, okay, so I guess we've all met one or two people for the very first time. Okay, so now I have a hard task getting your attention. Yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we pause now, and perhaps when we finish the conference, then we can continue the conversation and the networking. So, Delali, can I please have your attention?
Yes. So,
let me have your attention for just a minute. So we'll find a couple of people to share with us who they met. Okay.
So some people are running away from me. I'm still going to catch them.
Okay, so Delali, find someone, a gentleman and a lady, and let's hear from them.
I found a lady. She's hiding at the back here.
Okay.
Hello. Please, what is your name? Who did you meet? Where is the person
Ladies
from?
and gentlemen, can we have one room? Thank you very much. I love the energy already.
Oh, okay.
So we have someone who would tell us about who she met. So can we all give her our attention? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Abigail and I work with IDEG.
Sorry. Okay, can you start again?
My name is Abigail and I work with IDEG.
Okay.
And I met Victoria from Media Foundation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what did you learn about the media in Victoria's country?
No, we didn't talk about that.
Okay,
We
that's
didn't talk
good.
about that.
No.
Okay, so then if you can come to this side.
Okay, I'm coming to
and
this
let's
side.
speak to a gentleman.
Please, you don't need to avoid me. I'm still coming to you.
So find someone, a gentleman.
Okay. Okay. I've found a gentleman here.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Do you speak French or English?
The two language, but I'm a French speaker.
French, ok. So, qui avez-vous rencontré? De quel pays vient la personne? Et qu'est-ce que vous avez appris des médias dans ce pays?
Tout d'abord, je me présente, c'est Pablo Carmbo. Je suis journaliste à Africa Tchèque, à Dakar. J'ai rencontré d'abord M. Ousmane, il est journaliste au Nigeria. Également, j'en ai profité pour rencontrer M. Charles, que je veux interviewer d'ailleurs. Je ne sais pas s'il va accepter ou pas, parce que je lui ai fait la demande pour en savoir plus sur le Wouri, quoi. Parce que ça n'existe pas au Sénégal. Peut-être dans la sous-région, mais pas au Sénégal. Bon, pour les médias ici au Ghana, je ne peux pas en dire grand-chose parce que je ne sais pas également comment fonctionnent les médias. Je n'ai pas encore rencontré de journalistes ghanéens. Voilà. Du média de leur pays, si. Parce que j'ai eu à parler avec des collègues ici. Il y a eu peut-être des collègues qui sont francophones, pas anglophones, et qui me disent que au niveau de leur pays, peut-être il y a la liberté d'expression qui peut-être manque un peu. Et ça, je pense qu'on le note partout, hein, et on le note partout. Même au Sénégal, actuellement, le contexte est un peu difficile, ça il faut le dire. Au niveau des médias, il y a une certaine pression que les gouvernants exercent. Hein. Je ne sais pas également c'est quoi le motif, c'est quoi le but principalement, mais il y a une certaine pression au niveau des médias. Okay. Donc il y a une liberté d'expression qui manque aussi, on peut le dire, quoi, que ce soit au Sénégal ou bien dans les autres pays. C'est ça.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Dedali, for me, who didn't hear a thing, because I don't have my head in a sentence or two, what did he share?
Well, he met two people.
Okay.
One, Mr. Usman and Mr. Charles, that he wanted to interview. He's hoping that Mr. Charles will grant him the interview. He wants to learn about the Wouri project, and he said that about the media. What he collected is that there is a decline in the press freedom environment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So in a nutshell.
Great. So thank you all very much for engaging. As I said, right after our session today, we can continue with the networking and getting to know each other better. So we are just about getting ready for our final session for today. And for this session, we are featuring alumni from the DPI Journalism Fellowship who will share their experiences and insights on the role of journalism in promoting DPI in their various countries. And this will be moderated by Jennifer Ambule, who herself is a DPI alumni and also a reporter at the Chronicle newspaper in Ghana. So with a round of applause, please let's invite Jennifer. So Jennifer, we hand over to you to invite your panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're all tired, but after the short networking, our energies are back. Okay, so this session is titled Highlighting the Role of Journalism in Promoting Digital Public Infrastructure in Africa, Experience Sharing from the DPI Journalism Alumni. We are going to hear from these fellows who were part of the Media Foundation for West Africa DPI Journalism Fellows on how their storytelling, investigative work, and awareness creation created effort, and the awareness creation efforts, how they've helped shape, promote inclusive digital public infrastructure in Africa. So I'll go straight to the point and invite Osman Aliu from News Agency of Nigeria, please. A round of applause. Please clap as it keeps moving. The next on my list, we have Flor Nobimi with Chasseur Info Benin. The next person is Frederic Gore, Head of Online Information Desk with RTI Info from Côte d'Ivoire. And the last person is the fellowship editor, who is Isaac Keleji. A round of applause for him, please. Please keep clapping. He's coming. Thank you so much. I think we all want to finish early and go home, so I'll just go straight to the point. I'm going to start with you, Marie. You can start by telling us how long you've been in journalism and which areas you focus on, please.
Ok. Je suis de la presse écrite en fait. Oh, bonjour, bonjour chers panélistes, bonjour le public. Moi c'est Fleur Nobimé, je suis journaliste. Je totalise environ 15 années dans le métier. Et je suis journaliste d'investigation depuis une dizaine d'années.
Okay, great. Can you also share with us how long you've been a journalist and the areas you cover as well?
Ok, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Depuis 2004, je suis dans le secteur des médias. J'ai commencé d'abord par le journaliste d'entreprise. J'écrivais pour la Caisse nationale de prévoyance sociale, CNPS Info, qui est un journal d'entreprise. Et puis après, je suis allé à la radio. Et depuis 2017, je suis à la télévision ivoirienne en tant que responsable du département, du service, pardon, pas le département, du service numérique, tout ce qui est information digitale sur le numérique de la RTI passe à mon bureau. Voilà.
Okay, right. Osman.
Thank you very much. I've been a journalist for the past 15 years, and I've been with the News Agency of Nigeria, and also I've had opportunities to work or to report from different beats, and the last 5 years I reported for and solution journalism as well as technology, earth reporting as well.
Okay, before we hear from you, let's talk about the fellows now. Now let's talk about transformation. We would like to know what shifted in your journalism career after participating in this fellowship. Now I will start with you, Osman.
Thank you very much. Yes, coming into the fellowship, I believe that DPI was kind of a novel concept that many journalists really did not know about. We came in with a belief that, yes, our understanding will be deepened, and can say that as a result of that, fellowship engagement, the experience and the things and the way we report about it. The knowledge from the training before we now went into the to report about it has really helped a lot. And after that, we also have reporting times, so which we assess at our country level the rate of DPI deployment. Also, what are the issues around DPI in terms of adoption? What are the benefits in DPI development? Also, what are the issues? Why people are not? And I want to give that time we able to people awareness on the benefit. For instance, for instance, in Nigeria, I can say that when we look at 2003, when this fellowship came, and being one of the 4 journalists from Nigeria, when we started reporting, there are some areas that we touch and we see that impact is being felt. That time, just little citizens are really embracing digital payment because of the lack of trust. But now, when you look for last year alone, I think the transaction that was made through digital, when this Nigeria Interbank system, when they released the data, you believe that the transaction now runs into trillions of naira. So that means that people are now getting aware about the importance of a digital payment system. Then also, when you look at even NIN enrollment too, you also see that Nigeria also is also doing fine. So we'll be able to create awareness in terms of that, and also to save government policies. I remember there was a report I did on data protection when a senator got access. We don't know how he got access to data of some graduating students in a university and began to send them congratulatory message on their graduation day. So I took up the report to ask the question, where did he get the data? We know that if he has not, why their consent even sought before the such senator could get access to them. And I can feel the impact of that report when I did. The following year, the senator did not only stop, but also government also even came out to define policies around data protection in Nigeria. So it's really receiving the experience and the role we play in the country.
That is a good one, Osman. We are definitely going to come back to the discussion on some of the stories you did and the impact as well. So now I'll turn to Frederic. Is it the same thing in Côte d'Ivoire?
Bon, pas totalement, mais il y a beaucoup de changements parce que la Côte d'Ivoire, pratiquement, je parle de ça sous le contrôle de ceux qui sont dans la salle, est l'un des rares pays en Afrique de l'Ouest à avoir une stratégie numérique, une stratégie nationale pour les infrastructures numériques. Et la Côte d'Ivoire a construit 5207 km de câbles sous-marins. Et donc, on est venu à la conclusion que le gouvernement faisait des investissements, réalisait des choses, mais personne n'en parlait. Ainsi que les collectivités territoriales qui sont publiques, notamment la mairie de Port-Boué, qui est l'une des 13 communes du district d'Abidjan, qui a innové en dématérialisant la demande d'extrait de naissance. Donc, le jugement supplétif ou l'extrait de naissance, il fallait se rendre à la mairie, déposer une copie, payer les timbres fiscaux, attendre une semaine, voire un mois avant de venir chercher ce document-là. Avec la mairie de Port-Boué, ils ont mis en place une plateforme numérique où, de chez toi, tu peux faire la demande de ton extrait de naissance et ils peuvent te l'expédier avec l'argent, bien sûr, avec l'argent par paiement mobile. Et en retour, eux, ils te font livrer par des coursiers, ou par la poste nationale. Et donc, ils avaient eu une certification ISO 9005. C'était la première fois qu'une collectivité territoriale en Côte d'Ivoire avait cette recommandation-là, cette certification. Mais personne n'en parlait. C'était resté comme ça. Et nous, dans nos balades sur Internet, nous sommes tombés et nous avons fait un article de presse dessus. Et ça a été le déclic. Les autres collectivités ont commencé à imiter la mairie de Port-Bouille. Ça, c'est la première des choses. Et moi, je commençais à parler des innovations des Ivoiriens. Il y a un jeune Ivoirien du nom de Jean-Hugues Delmas qui a mis en place une technologie, une innovation où on pourrait déclarer la naissance de son enfant. Il faut savoir en Côte d'Ivoire, quand vous mettez au monde un enfant, vous avez de 3 jours jusqu'à 3 mois pour déclarer cet enfant-là à l'état civil d'une des mairies où vous êtes où logé. Mais malheureusement, beaucoup ne le font pas. Et si vous vous rappelez, l'une des causes de la guerre civile en Côte d'Ivoire en 2002, c'est qu'il y avait 3 millions de nos frères burkinabés qui sont nés, parce qu'au Faubourg avait pris un décret en 1972 pour dire que tous les burkinabés dont les parents ont immigré, qui sont nés sur le sol ivoirien, étaient de facto ivoiriens. Mais ce décret n'a jamais été mis en exécution, mais également les parents n'allaient pas déclarer leurs enfants. Alors il faut déclarer pour que l'enfant soit pris en compte par l'état civil. Et donc ça a été l'une des causes de la guerre. Donc ça veut dire que le problème de papier est vraiment reculé en Côte d'Ivoire. Et donc avec nos articles, les gens ont commencé à vraiment bouger. Et aujourd'hui, plusieurs mairies, plusieurs collectivités, aujourd'hui pour demander un extrait de naissance, vous n'êtes pas obligé d'aller à la mairie physiquement. Et bien plus, le gouvernement ivoirien a pris récemment un décret pour dire que le certificat de nationalité, il n'y a plus de dépôt physique. Tout se fait en ligne. Tout se fait en ligne. Et donc, ça, c'est des choses à mettre en autre compte. Bon, on ne tire pas la gloriole, mais nous sommes fiers quand on voit ce bouillonnement au niveau des collectivités qui font mains et pieds pour pouvoir véritablement faire plaisir, dématérialiser les services administratifs. Et je peux m'arrêter là pour ne pas monopoliser la parole.
Yeah, we are definitely going to come back to you again. Now, Mary, let's hear from you.
Ok, merci. J'avoue que en tant que journaliste, c'est grâce à la bourse que je me suis intéressée aux infrastructures publiques numériques. Quand l'appel, lors de la première phase, je ne me suis pas du tout, j'ai pas voulu postuler parce que je me disais que c'était trop technique, que c'était trop abstrait pour moi. Donc, à la deuxième phase, je me suis jetée à l'eau, j'ai été retenue. Nous avons bénéficié de formations en ligne et également de 3 jours de formation à Cotonou avant d'aller sur le terrain pour les productions. Voilà. Et pour parler des infrastructures de façon générale, au niveau du Bénin, je pense que le Bénin veut être la référence dans la sous-région. À ce jour, nous avons plus de 1000 services digitalisés et plus de 200 qui sont totalement dématérialisés. Et c'est grâce à cette bourse que j'ai essayé d'aller un peu plus au fond des choses. Merci.
That is a good one, Mary. Let's come back to you, Frederick. Can you tell us some of the stories you did as part of the fellowship and what was the impact?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Oui, je peux parler parce que quand je suis revenu, contrairement à nos cadets, nous avons fait 3 semaines au Ghana. Nous avons fait 3 semaines de formation. Je suis de la même promotion que mon ami, que j'appelle mon ami personnel. Et donc, quand je suis reparti, j'ai commencé à m'intéresser. Je m'intéressais déjà parce que j'écrivais des articles sur des innovations, sur les infrastructures. Et donc, quand je suis allé, on m'a demandé de présenter une chronique à la télé. Moi, je n'ai jamais voulu faire la télé parce que je n'aime pas trop ma voix et je ne me sens pas trop élégant pour être à la télé. Moi, je suis derrière mon ordinateur. Mais on m'a amené à l'émission Matin Bonheur où je fais la chronique dédiée aux nouveaux médias, tout ce qui est technologie. Et donc, les lundis et les jeudis, de 7h à 7h15, j'étais à la télévision nationale. Et donc, ça a commencé, moi, personnellement, à mon niveau, à m'ouvrir des portes. Je suis même allé au Togo, pas au Bénin, fait une formation d'une entreprise publique et qui m'ont détecté sur TikTok. Parce que quand je finis la chronique le matin, je la découpe et je la mets sur mon compte TikTok. Et donc, j'ai commencé à avoir des ouvertures. Il y a même une université privée, l'UKO, qui m'a appelé où je suis chargé de cours en vérification des faits. Et donc, au niveau personnel, ça m'a vraiment apporté. Mais au niveau de la télévision, on a commencé à me responsabiliser. Tout ce qui est question d'infrastructures numériques publiques, je suis appelé. C'est comme si j'étais je ne dirais pas expert, ça ne serait trop pas modeste de ma part, mais c'est comme si j'étais le point focal de la fondation au niveau de la télé. Et tout ce qui concerne cette thématique-là, je suis d'office appelé, j'ai mon mot à dire. Et donc, et vraiment, ça m'a ouvert. Et aujourd'hui, je suis le chef de service. Depuis le 1er juillet, j'ai été nommé chef de service RTI Info parce que le restaurant qui était là a démissionné pour aller dans une autre entreprise et il m'a fait de la place. Mais je peux dire que c'est notamment grâce à la fondation, à cette bourse. Et chaque fois que je viens au Ghana, quand je retourne, j'ai une nomination. J'espère que quand je vais partir, je vais passer de chef de service à chef de département.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, this is some of the things that we would like to see. So now let's come to Mary. What are some of the stories you also did? And
Réalité, en fait, moi, je voulais parler un peu de ce que j'ai vu sur le terrain. Parce que moi, j'ai voulu sortir un peu de Cotonou pour voir, pour toucher du doigt la réalité des choses. Donc, je me suis rendue à Ouida, Ouida est situé à une quarantaine de kilomètres de Cotonou. Depuis 2019 est mise en place une initiative, c'est à titre pilote, un point numérique communautaire. C'est pour rapprocher les communautés du service public. Comme je l'ai dit, il y a beaucoup de services qui ont été dématérialisés. Le point est géré par un jeune qui facilite la tâche, la tâche aux gens. J'étais là, quand j'étais sur le terrain, j'ai vu un monsieur d'un certain âge qui est venu, il avait besoin d'un service et je crois il avait besoin d'un mot de passe. Et c'était la deuxième ou la troisième fois qu'il arrivait. Chaque fois qu'on lui créait un mot de passe, il le perdait. Donc, le gérant m'a dit que c'est un des problèmes qu'ils ont parce que les populations d'un certain âge ne savent pas utiliser le smartphone, par exemple. Voilà. Donc, en dehors de ça, il y a quand même des histoires assez intéressantes. J'ai rencontré sur place beaucoup de jeunes qui, grâce à ce point, ont la facilité d'aller sur Internet parce que la connexion coûte 100 francs. Donc, ils ont la facilité d'aller sur Internet pour faire des recherches. Parfois, c'est des classes entières qui viennent avec les professeurs. Voilà. En dehors de Ouida, je suis également allée à Lada, qui est à une cinquantaine, une soixantaine de kilomètres également. Et là, c'était pour voir une classe multimédia qui également est mise en œuvre de façon depuis 2019 à titre pilote. La classe, en fait, les ordinateurs remplacent les cahiers. Le problème là-bas, c'est une classe de 40 places. Or, les effectifs sont pléthoriques. Donc, les élèves sont obligés de se mettre à 2 ou à 3 sur un seul ordinateur, ce qui ne facilite pas la tâche. Également, il y a les problèmes d'électricité. En dehors de ces problèmes, les élèves sont quand même contents.
How did that make you feel?
Pardon?
How did that make you feel, knowing that the students are happy as a result?
Bon, je me suis dit que j'ai encore, en tant que journaliste, j'ai encore beaucoup à faire parce que c'est beaucoup d'argent qui est investi, c'est des fonds publics. Et en tant que journaliste, je dois m'assurer que l'inclusion est effective. Parce qu'on dit qu'on ne doit laisser personne de côté. Or, il y a beaucoup qui sont déjà laissés de côté. Donc, en tant que journaliste, je pense que c'est mon devoir c'est mon devoir de poser certaines questions. C'est mon devoir également d'œuvrer par mes écrits à faire changer les choses. Mais j'aimerais quand même ajouter que les infrastructures publiques numériques, c'est pas dans... En fait, on a besoin de formation. Nous, on a eu la chance de bénéficier d'une bourse, mais ce n'est pas le cas pour la majorité des journalistes. Je pense que si on était plus nombreux à être formés, les choses allaient peut-être bouger un peu.
I'm sure Media Foundation is taking note of that. So let's come to you, Osman. Let's hear from you, from your story.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I said, one of the reports that I did that was very impactful has to do with data breach when we talk of data protection. Because we know, when we talk of a DPI, we talk about data exchange and how do we ensure that those data are protected. So, and I've shared my experience of how I believed that serving senator breached data protection of that student, and I wrote on it. And as a result of that, that did not only stop, because I discovered that the following year, instead of the senator to got access to their data, instead of that, even though he wanted to congratulate, for political reasons, wanted to congratulate those graduating students, he did that by exchanging cards with them. So that is, and at the end of the day, also, a team of that senator reached out to see that, okay, they were not aware of such. So to me, that is an impact. And the second one has to do with the recent one I did on how digital payment system is also tackling unemployment in Nigeria. Because when we discover, you see that there are thousands of youths that would have been in the labor market looking for a job, but because of the digital payment system, they are now queuing to POS, point of sales operation, and they are really, it's an informal sector, but they are really making a lot from it. Some of them are doing great with it. So I wrote a report on it, and I was surprised when I was in a training that story that I did, one of the facilitators was using it to train them. So, and that is Mr. Lekan Otofodoni. He's a popular Nigeria media expert. So he used the story, and I was, without even knowing that I was in that class. So I was happy that, okay, this is the story that I wrote that's really making an impact. Then the third one also has to do with when we talk of inclusivity about DPI, we are talking of a digital divide, those in the urban and those in the area. So I did a report where I wrote on the struggles of people in the rural area. It's not that they do not want to adopt digital payment, but they have lack of access to internet penetration. And even aside that, even USSD, where there is no network, there is no way you can make use of USSD. So they are really excluded as a result of the system, not that they do. So I had to also write on that, and also spoke with some players in the industry on why is it difficult to deploy these enablers, because we call them enablers, this internet access penetration. Why do they not deploy it in those areas? So, and I was able to come out with some findings that, yes, government policy is not really helping them because return on investment in the rural area cannot be compared to urban. So if government want to really help them to deploy it, there can be a way to reduce something, to give them incentives so that they know that it is their responsibility to do. So when I did that report, one of the impacts is that the report won me an award. Then also, for the first time, federal government in our country, in Nigeria, is now also coming up. We know that telecom operation is strictly privatized in Nigeria, but for the first time, the minister is now coming up to say they will install over 700 towers in Nigeria villages so that they will not be excluded. Because there is no way DPI is no more about lottery. It is even connection to economic prosperity. There is nothing you want to do in Nigeria now that if you are not on digital payment system or you don't have national identity, there is no way you can benefit. Talk of any national social protection program, either cash transfer, either youth empowerment program. If you don't have identity, digital identity, you don't have digital payment, you cannot. So enrolling, putting people on this also means you are reducing poverty among the people. So as a result sort of that, government now is now also coming to realize that they need to do more in terms of accessibility, affordability, and also inclusiveness in digital. So these are 3 reports that I know I did, and aside others that I believe that I did, then these are reports that I know I did and I can feel their impact. Then also, another thing is that it has also helped my feasibility in the country, because hardly, since we are pioneer fellows, hardly any year comes that a call for application will come that 2 or 3 journalists from Nigeria will now reach out to me to say, okay, what can we do? What can we do? And happy to say that, yes, some of them, at the end of the day, through the guidance, they become fellows. So this, to me, an impact of what the fellowship has really brought to my table. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good one, Osman. I think that is a role of journalists, and we are grateful we are doing that well. Now, looking at the broader picture, how can journalism contribute to promoting DPI and development in Africa?
Yes, thank you very much. One of the roles of journalists is to educate, so to entertain, to enlighten, and also to let people, keep them abreast of what is happening around them. Yes, first is that before we educate as journalists, we also need to be educated. DPI is now becoming a thematic area in journalism that we need to build our capacity now. Coming up, just like what she said, DPI was tricky in the sense that not everybody had knowledge about it. But I want to say now that today, we have more journalists that are now interested in the DPI. There was also a training section that I was in where journalists were asked to pitch stories on thematics area in Nigeria. Unfortunately, DPI was there. But to my surprise, I discovered that even the organizers, they just put it there, some of them do not really understand what DPI is. So even though I was also a participant, but I later became even a resource person, telling people how DPI is, the concept of DPI and the like. So I believe that as journalists, we have a lot to do. DPI is tied to economic development in Africa, not only in Nigeria. Then we have to know that. Then another thing that also we urge our founder, which is co-developed, is that if there is a way, I don't know what I learned, is that probably this court will be the last fellowship, if it can be extended, because there are a lot of journalists that can still benefit from. And how do we upscale? Individually, we've been reporting based on our country. How do we do collaboration between Nigeria? What is DPI situation in Nigeria? What is it in Ghana? What can we collaborate? Can we learn from what Nigeria is doing, what Ghana is doing, lessons from Senegal, lessons from Kenya, lessons from all Africa, so that by the time we begin to do collaboration, then we will be able to comparatively see what we can learn from one another. So that is also very, very important. So journalists, we need to look beyond our country now and see what can we do regionally, because we are talking of Africa development now. We are not talking alone about our national development. How do we do it? And one of the takeaways that I got from that fellowship was that it was during one of our story mapping that editor, I see talk about Pan-Africa, the payment system and payment and settlement. And I wrote a report on it, and I'm happy that when you look at it today, that is how do we, because one of the challenges in those days is that if you want to buy anything from Ghana and you have money in Nigeria, how do you pay? So majorly we pay through dollars, and we know that the commission will know how much. There was a report that I saw that for conversion cost alone, Africa was spending $5 billion for conversion, cost of conversion that we want to convert. In Africa, trading within Africa, inter-Africa trade, if you want to pay in cedis, because in Nigeria you cannot easily convert naira to, you have to pay through dollars. Then through that conversion, that is what. But now we now have Africa payment system that when you are in Nigeria, you want to pay, what you just need, go to any Nigeria bank, you pay, the receiver will receive in Ghana in cedis. Then when you pay also across Africa. So this is a very good thing. How many stories are we telling in respect of this? How many? So we need to keep our people informed that, okay, now, the challenges that we are having in the past, I think it has been, this is solution angle, it has been resolved. How does it help our tourism? How does it help our e-commerce? How does it help? There are a lot of things. Even investment, how does it help it? So journalists, we need to keep on informing. We need to keep on reshaping our policies, because we understand that there are still some African countries that are not key into this. How do we do that? So these are things that, these are roles that we need to play, so that digital public infrastructure is foundational infrastructure that we all need to carry if we want to be connected together as a region. Let's learn from what is happening in Europe. In Europe now, they have a single currency that they are using, and that is why they are having economic development. But in Nigeria, in Africa, we are having difficulty. You know, for how long we have been on that we want to have a single currency, but we cannot. But now, we are now having a digital platform that is avoiding us that. So I believe we need to do more by enlightening our people, but first, we need to build our capacity in this, because that is technology now, and digital payment, I think, is the latest thing in the region, and that can drive our development. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good one. Great. Now let's come to you, Mary. What role do you think journalists can play in contributing to DPI development in Africa?
Question difficile. Mais je pense que le confrère, il a tout dit. Moi, j'ajouterais que nous ne devons pas nous contenter de ce que le gouvernement dit. Le gouvernement dit, voilà, nous engageons des réformes. C'est à nous maintenant d'aller voir si ces réformes-là sont effectives, si elles sont accessibles. Voilà, merci. Je n'ai pas grand-chose à dire sur ça, parce que tout a été dit.
Yeah. Okay, now, Frederic.
Oui. Me concernant, je dirais que il est de notre devoir de porter sur l'agenda des décideurs et des hommes politiques les réalités. Il y a ce qu'on dit en salle de conférence, en salle de conseil des ministres, il y a ce qu'on dit en conférence de presse, il y a ce qu'on dit lors des meetings, il y a ce qu'on dit dans les salons feutrés, et il y a la réalité du terrain. La Côte d'Ivoire a engagé 32 réformes. Elle a investi 2000 milliards qui font 3300. Oui, 2000 milliards qui font 3300 milliards de dollars. Donc, oui, la Côte d'Ivoire a injecté 2000 milliards dans sa stratégie nationale de développement des infrastructures. Et c'est aux journalistes de porter cette information-là. Parce qu'il y a ce qu'on décide, mais est-ce que cette infrastructure qu'on a décidé de faire, est-ce qu'elle a un impact réel sur la vie? Parce que souvent les gens vont en Europe, ils voient des choses, ils viennent copier. Est-ce que c'est la même réalité? Est-ce que ça impacte réellement la vie des populations? Et c'est à nous de dire aux décideurs ce que vous avez fait, voici l'impact, voici ce que ça a créé. Donc on a un rôle primordial. Je pourrais prendre l'allégorie de la porte, tu vois dedans et au dehors en même temps. Nous parlons avec les décideurs, nous parlons avec les populations. C'est à nous de transmettre les doléances des populations aux décideurs et vice-versa. Ce que les décideurs ont décidé de faire, nous les portons à la connaissance de la population. Et donc c'est très important au travers de nos émissions, de nos écrits, de nos enquêtes. C'est vrai que le journalisme n'est pas un métier où l'on devient riche et souvent les gens sont portés sur le compte rendu parce qu'en faisant le compte rendu d'un ministère, on a la possibilité d'avoir 20 000 francs ou 50 000 francs comme PTM qui peut peut-être payer une facture, mais est-ce que les populations ont réellement reçu l'impact des décisions ou de tout ce qui est investissement? Et donc, ce que nous devons faire, c'est vraiment aller au contact de la population. La Côte d'Ivoire a décidé de dématérialiser tout ce qui est inscription en ligne à l'école, en dehors de l'école primaire, c'est-à-dire au secondaire, au lycée, au collège-lycée et à l'université. Tout est dématérialisé. Il n'y a plus d'inscription physique. Vous allez, il y a une plateforme qu'on appelle Selped, vous payez votre inscription et le jour où vous passez à l'école, on vous donne votre reçu parce que vous avez inscrit. Aujourd'hui, les factures d'électricité, d'eau et même de Canal Horizon sont payées au travers des téléphonies mobiles, des maisons de téléphonie mobile. Mais est-ce que les gens savent utiliser cela? Parce que souvent il y a des problèmes, quand je paye ma facture avec Canal, Canal dit qu'il n'a pas reçu, le groupe Canal dit qu'il n'a pas reçu l'argent et Orange me dit que vous avez déjà payé. Mais je n'ai pas le signal qui paye. Donc il faut expliquer. Ça, c'est le rôle des journalistes. Donc on a un rôle d'éducation, un rôle de sensibilisation, mais surtout un rôle de permettre aux uns aux autres de comprendre la nécessité. Est-ce que ces investissements-là sont faits à bon escient? Est-ce que tel investissement, est-ce que ça avait le lieu ou bien le droit d'être fait? Donc voici ce que nous devons faire. Nous ne devons pas accompagner, nous devons aussi avoir des critiques. Et je complète ce que Ousmane a dit. Nous devons jouer notre rôle pleinement et totalement.
Ok, si vous permettez, moi, c'est peut-être un plaidoyer. J'aimerais qu'on prenne également en compte les journalistes des langues nationales qui ont, eux, la possibilité de toucher rapidement certaines populations. Au Bénin, par exemple, nous avons quand même une grande proportion de populations qui sont analphabètes. Donc, on va peut-être passer par ces journalistes-là pour les toucher. C'est ce que je voulais ajouter. Merci.
Bon, si je peux ajouter quelque chose, cette question, elle est un peu réglée à notre niveau. La télévision nationale fait ce qu'on appelle le journal en langue nationale à partir de 17h. Vous avez chaque jour, il y a au moins 3 ou 4 ethnies qui passent, qui ont 15 minutes chacune pour expliquer les grandes lignes de l'actualité saillante du jour ou des jours qui ont suivi. Et donc, cet exemple-là peut être dupliqué, je vais dire, bon, voilà. Mais aussi, l'Office national de la télévision du Bénin est en train de développer une chaîne de télévision thématique où on ne fera que les journaux télévisés en langue, dans les langues les plus parlées au Bénin.
Oui, mais tout le monde n'a pas la télévision.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that with us. Now let's come to our fellowship editor. You were the editor for the first and second cohorts. From your perspective, what are your own reflections about the fellowship and the stories and the impacts from it?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to just say thanks to Media Foundation for West Africa and also the founders of the fellowship, because honestly, it was what really triggered this whole conversation about DPI, not only in the countries where fellows came from, but within the West African sub-region and even in Africa. And for me, giving that platform for journalists to know much about a very technical area, because DPI is very technical, and first of all, journalists who report daily about issues in their countries and their communities who first have to understand this area before they can really talk about it. And for me, I've always said that many media houses and journalists lack the capacity, the training to report on give them constant training, continuous training. So what Media Foundation does is very important, giving them that capacity for them to continue to do their work. And this fellowship did exactly that. The first fellowship, we had a lot of journalists who really did not understand DPI, really what it was. The difference between DPI and tech, okay? Because we have technology issues you can talk about, but when it comes to DPI, it's very specific, right? So for example, we know every day we wake up, we will have to use the road. So we have physical infrastructure, we can all see it. People can complain my road is bad, they can complain I don't have light, I don't have A, B, C, D, because they can see. But when it comes to digital infrastructure, because it's very technical, sometimes people don't know about when it comes to digital payments, it's an important infrastructure to let me live a better life. Or that if I want to get better access to healthcare and I want to get it immediately, I don't have to go to the hospital now and I have to now be struggling to get my identity confirmed before I can get access to healthcare. So the fellowship helped a lot of journalists to understand this. Those who struggled, over time, they got to appreciate why FIRST is important, and then they got trainings, they got exposed to some of the initiatives that are taking place in their countries, so they can report better on. So that, I would say, was the first impact. The second, obviously, is that we saw a lot of them now developing interest in reporting on the sector, and they did a lot of stories. And for example, when you had, apart from Usman, there are other several fellows who have also won awards for the work they've done with their reporting. That shows that some impact has been made. Not only about them reporting, but even their storytelling. Because again, we, during the fellowship, try to encourage colleagues to tell their stories in a better way that people can relate to, and then the impact will be made. Because once we tell stories that people can relate to and simplify it for them, then they can also hold their governments accountable for not doing A, B, C, D. The governments can also appreciate why they need to do A, B, C, D to make sure that there's an impact in the life of the people. I think that's what I could say about how important this fellowship has been, the impact for the journalists, and for ordinary people. I'm sure that as we continue to do this, and we have the fellows who are pioneers trying to talk more about the sector, we'll begin to have some change. We have a lot to do, really, to have that transformation in our countries. But I'm sure that this is just a starting point, and we need to nurture this for it to grow.
Thank you so much, our dear editor. From his response, we can all see that the fellowship has been really impactful. Before we wrap up, we'd like to take 3 questions only. Please keep it brief and short and shorter as possible. Okay, so take one from him, the second, and the last one. Nobody. Okay, let's start with you.
Bien, merci. Je voudrais remercier les différents panélistes. Juste deux petites questions. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce que chacun d'eux peut me donner sa plus mauvaise expérience dans son travail de journaliste dans le cadre des reportages sur les DPN, sur les infrastructures numériques, sa plus mauvaise expérience. Deuxième chose, Goré l'a évoqué tout à l'heure, comment faire pour résister face à la pression des gens d'argent, des pouvoirs d'argent? Quelles sont les stratégies que vous utilisez pour résister face à ça? Merci.
On peut répondre ou bien on attend les autres questions?
Yeah, let's take the second question.
Just a follow-up to the question, just so I could get it. If you say put pressure on our sponsors, I mean, is it that they put pressure on journalists to tell stories differently? I just want to get clarification from you, yeah.
On sait que bien souvent, les journalistes sont orientés en fonction de celui qui paye de l'argent et qui ne paye pas de l'argent pour faire des comptes rendus. Il y a quelques cas qui arrivent et souvent quand vous fouinez trop, quand vous faites trop de recherches, quand vous allez trop loin, il y a des pressions d'argent qui à un moment interviennent, des pressions de pouvoir. Alors je voudrais savoir quelle est la bonne attitude, quelles sont les bonnes pratiques que vous utilisez peut-être pour les contourner ou pour les éviter. Voilà, c'est de ça que je parle.
Okay. Thank you. And the last time over there. There was a last time at the. Okay.
Thank you, editor and fellows. You have highlighted what has been done within the period of the fellowship. My question is, what has not been done that needs to be done? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So we are going to begin with you sharing your worst experience briefly, please. Let's start with Mary.
Ok, merci. Ma plus mauvaise expérience, ça s'est passé à Ouida. Je voulais faire d'une pierre deux coups parce qu'à Ouida, il y a le point numérique et il y a également une classe numérique. Donc, je me suis rendue au niveau de la classe. Le directeur m'a dit que je pouvais le faire à condition qu'il ait le OK du chef de la circonscription scolaire. Un coup de téléphone, je l'appelle, lui me dit il n'y a pas de souci, à condition que j'ai l'autorisation du directeur départemental. Donc là, j'ai compris que si je vais vers lui, lui va demander le OK du ministre. Donc j'ai zappé et je me suis rendue à l'ADA pour faire le travail. Voilà, pression d'argent, bon, il faut refuser. Moi, je n'ai jamais été confrontée à ça en tout cas. Moi, je suis dans l'investigation, donc ce n'est pas possible à mon niveau. Voilà, merci.
Ok, je vais commencer par la question de Charles. La pression. Celui qui m'a initié, qui m'a amené au journalisme, m'a dit une chose. Tu as deux choix. Soit tu optes pour de l'argent et tu prostitues ta plume et tu passes inaperçu comme on traverse un salon et personne ne retiendra ton nom. Le deuxième choix, c'est que tu fais le choix du travail et tu travailles et puis l'argent suit. Parce que celui qui est au pouvoir ne sera pas au pouvoir éternellement. Et celui qui te propose de l'argent ne va pas te proposer ça tout le temps. C'est pour un temps. Donc cette maxime-là, j'en fais sienne et c'est ce qui conduit. Parce qu'une carrière, elle se construit, elle se bâtit, elle s'entretient jusqu'à sa retraite. Et je ne pense pas qu'on puisse prendre la retraite parce qu'on est journaliste jusqu'à vie. Donc les pressions, moi je suis dans un média de service public, à capitaux publics, la pression, c'est la pression politique. Parce que celui qui est au-dessus de toi, souvent doit son poste, pas à cause de ses compétences, mais par son militantisme avéré du parti au pouvoir. Et donc il protège son petit privilège, sa carte de carburant, les enveloppes qu'on lui envoie. Et donc quand tu veux prendre des initiatives, il te dit, hé petit, tu viens d'arriver, calme-toi, il faut te calmer, comme en français ivoirien. Et donc c'est la pression politique, c'est la pression des supérieurs. Voilà. Sinon l'argent, moi, ça c'est pas mon problème. La mauvaise expérience, c'est que je voulais faire une interview avec l'ONICI. L'ONICI, c'est l'Office national d'identification en Côte d'Ivoire. Ils ont décidé de faire une identification de tous ceux qui vivent sur le territoire ivoirien en leur attribuant un numéro unique d'identification. Parce que je ne sais pas si dans les autres pays ça se fait, c'est que quelqu'un arrive au CM2 ou bien en troisième, il passe 2 fois, 3 fois l'examen, son âge avance, il ne peut plus, il change d'extrait, il laisse son extrait de naissance, il prend celui de son cousin, de son petit frère, d'un ami ou bien quoi. Et donc, il y a une personne pouvait avoir 3, 4 identités et ça se répercutait sur la liste électorale, la fraude sur la nationalité, la fraude sur les passeports. Et donc, on a décidé de... Et donc, je suis allé, j'ai demandé au monsieur, je veux faire une interview. On m'a reçu. Et puis après, bon, je suis resté dans le salon à plusieurs reprises. Et ça a été vraiment une mauvaise parce que je veux qu'il explique comment est-ce qu'ils allaient procéder pour mettre fin à ce fléau qui gangrène la société ivoirienne. c'est l'une de mes plus mauvaises expériences parce que je n'ai pas pu faire cette interview-là. Et c'est resté comme ça. Et ils n'ont pas fait de communication à cet effet comme moi je le souhaitais pour pouvoir expliquer à la population. Parce qu'on a 40% de population qui ne sont pas alphabétisées. Et donc, pour ces personnes-là, il va falloir faire les choses terre à terre pour qu'elles puissent comprendre.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. Let's come to you, Osman, before you come to Editor.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me start from his question about the experience. For me, the experience has been very fascinating. We are the first cohort of this fellowship, even from application. I was shocked when I received a mail for a selection for an interview. From there, we had the interview, and I got selected. So to later know that out of over 600 applicants from Nigeria, I was one of the 4 selected. It's a nice experience for me. And then we came to Ghana for the first time. I came to Ghana. Then I met journalists from about 10 West African countries. Networking, we were together in the same place for 2 weeks. We built that relationship, and that was why I was excited again when I saw Gori this morning that since 2023 that we departed. So storytelling also was also very interesting for me. Like I've said, the effort that I've made. Then also, even the recognition from my office also was also very interesting because this is a fellowship for the first time that I know also put newsroom into consideration. As they are giving you something, they are also giving newsroom something. So there is no way even the management will not be happy with you that you won such a fellowship among several others. So the experience has been so fascinating, telling story impactful, seeing people coming around to mentor them, how to do this, how to do that. So to me, it's very, very good. Then on the issue of finances, I can also say that this fellowship has also been rewarding. Rewarding in the sense that whatever grants you are giving, there is no way you will spend everything. So, and we are in a situation that in Nigeria, I don't know of other African countries that to do an in-depth story now becomes difficult for lack of funding. Your newsroom may not really have money to fund, but you have story ideas. So this issue of giving stipend now or giving fund to pursue the story is now also very it's very encouraging, because when you have story idea, you see where you can look up to. Anytime you investigate or you have observation of lapses or policy gap that you want to report on in DPI, you can really pitch and you see somebody that will. So that's pressure to me is not there, because at least for that period you have something to use for running around, and at the end of the day also you have something to your pocket. So that is there for me. Then there is another question, which is the last question, on what do we intend to do after the fellowship. Yes, the fellowship, thanks to Media Foundation for West Africa, they have done fantastically well. They have built our capacity. Now it is all out. It is now for us to go all out outside the fellowship activities. How do we step down these trainings? Which I believe in my own capacity I've been doing that. Even those that have not been on this fellowship, I think they can say they have learned about DPI reporting from me. So we need to do more of that. It is not possible, no matter the period of this fellowship or program, there's no way we can cover all journalists in Africa. So I think it is our responsibility as journalists, as beneficiaries, to now also step down this training to others. I believe that is what we need to do, and that is what we do. Then I also talk about collaboration. We've been reporting in isolation in our countries. How do we collaborate for regional or even sub-region? It can be in West Africa, it can be in Africa, even it can be in the world. How do we collaborate to tell kind of a story, a scalable story that will take into consideration the peculiarity of each country and the commoners or the common things that happen in this country. I believe that is where we need to, what we need to do now after the fellowship. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, Osman. It means we have a lot of work to do as journalists. Let's take the last question from the lady Adeba.
Je voulais juste ajouter quelque chose. Le monsieur a posé une question. Qu'est-ce qu'on devait faire et qu'est-ce qu'on n'a pas pu faire? Ce qu'on n'a pas pu faire, c'est que je n'ai pas pu former la rédaction dans les IPN. Et ce qui a été fait, c'est que si j'arrive en Sierra Leone, en Gambie, au Sénégal, au Nigeria, j'ai des amis, j'ai des frères avec lesquels j'ai passé 3 semaines ici au Ghana, qui sont venus aujourd'hui une seconde famille. Quand j'étais avec Charles, il me dit, mais tout le monde te connaît ici. J'ai dit oui, je suis presque ghanéen parce que tout le monde me connaît. Ça a été une très belle expérience humaine et professionnelle.
Okay, I'll come to your editor, so let me take this question.
Sorry. My name is Barry. I'm at the African Ender Foundation, Director of Communications. I think I'm going to ask my question in French because the majority of the panel are francophone. Merci beaucoup pour ce partage d'expérience. Je pense que c'est très important pour nous de comprendre, en tant que journaliste, quels sont les challenges que vous avez sur le terrain, comment on peut aider. Et ma question est, de tout ce que vous avez fait dans ce DPI Fellowship, quels sont les points où vous voyez il manque de la couverture médiatique et des choses qu'on doit améliorer en termes de DPI pour que les gens puissent comprendre? Parce que c'est un terme assez nouveau et technique et très lié à la notion de système de paiement instantané inclusif. Donc, quels sont les gaps que vous voyez aujourd'hui en termes de media coverage pour cette thématique-là? Et comment est-ce que vous pensez que des organisations comme la nôtre, comme Co-Développe, peuvent vous aider à combler ces gaps-là? Merci beaucoup.
Okay, let's take response from Mary first.
Ok, moi je pense déjà que le grand challenge, ça serait de former le plus grand nombre de journalistes sur ces questions-là. Je pense qu'à part les 10 et ceux qui nous ont précédés, c'est encore un casse-tête. Ça serait un casse-tête pour le reste des journalistes. Il faut vraiment qu'on réconcilie, si je peux le dire, les infrastructures publiques numériques et les journalistes. Bon, le terme c'est pas le bon terme, mais je ne sais pas si vous comprenez un peu ce que je veux dire. Voilà, donc il y a beaucoup de journalistes qui méritent quand même de connaître ce que sont les infrastructures publiques numériques et les biens publics numériques. Voilà. C'est très compliqué. Moi-même, à mon niveau, ça a été très compliqué de maîtriser. Et je ne suis pas sûre de maîtriser encore totalement. Voilà.
Okay, pour moi, c'est de pérenniser cette bourse-là et de l'élargir. Nous, ma première promotion, nous étions 20, 13 hommes et 7 femmes venus de 10 pays. Nous avons été sélectionnés sur 300 dossiers en Afrique de l'Ouest. On peut dire que c'est valorisant pour nous, mais pour moi, c'est une goutte d'eau dans la mer. Il va falloir élargir cette bourse-là, peut-être faire par pays, ou bien les zones, c'est-à-dire la zone francophone, la zone lusophone et la zone anglophone. Mais élargir et pérenniser cette bourse-là, parce que les gens ont besoin de savoir. Si nous-mêmes qui sommes hommes de médias, nous ne comprenons pas, ce n'est pas le public, ce n'est pas l'Ivoirien ou le Sénégalais lambda qui va comprendre quelque chose. Donc, il faut pérenniser cette bourse et l'étendre à un très grand nombre de personnes. Permettre à ce que les gens soient informés. Parce que les gens ne savent même pas. Et aujourd'hui, les rédacteurs sont... Parce que quand vous devez parler d'une innovation, on dit que vous êtes en train de faire la publicité de cette innovation-là. Donc, entre l'information et la publicité, il va falloir choisir son camp. Parce que l'éditeur ou le propriétaire du média ou le rédacteur lui dit ça c'est la publicité, je ne veux pas que ça passe. parce que le gars ne paye pas. Alors que l'innovation peut changer la vie, les conditions de vie des populations. On fait quoi? On regarde l'argent ou bien on regarde l'impact social que l'innovation peut apporter. Mais c'est d'expliquer d'abord à nos patrons la nécessité de se faire former sur cette thématique-là. Et pour qu'ils puissent comprendre, et souvent quand il y a des papiers de ce genre-là, de ce type-là, qui ne mettent pas leur veto, qui ne bloquent pas, pour que le plus grand nombre de personnes soient saisies et soient touchées.
Thank you so much, Frederick.
Pardon? Oui, allez-y.
Est-ce que c'est ce que j'entends?
Oui, il faut parler à nos patrons. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut organiser des séminaires, même si c'est en présentiel ou bien en ligne, mais il faut les sensibiliser. Parce que nous, je ne sais pas si c'était valable pour les autres cohortes. Notre cohorte, nos médias avaient $700. Nous, on en avait 300, mais les médias étaient payés. Mais ils ont pris l'argent, ils ont bouffé, mais ils n'ont rien fait. Donc c'est ça le problème. Et souvent même te dit non, c'est pas la peine. Il y a le ministre de l'Intérieur qui organise une conférence de presse. Mieux vaut aller là-bas, d'aller continuer ton enquête sur les DPI. Donc vous voyez, pour faire la part des choses. Voilà. Donc,
voilà, si vous permettez, je voudrais abonder dans le même sens. C'est réel. Il y a un des nôtres qui a eu des problèmes. Je sais qu'il y a eu un des nôtres qui a eu des problèmes parce que le patron du média ne voulait pas que ça passe. C'était de la publicité gratuite, selon lui. Voilà, donc il faut toucher les patrons de presse. Merci.
Okay, so let's briefly take a response from...
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very good question. First, what we need to do as fellow of DPI, yes, we need to keep on assessing development in DPI in Africa and report. Let's look at policies. What do we expect government to do? What are the gaps that we experience? Because these gaps sometimes are evolving. Not as you address this, then other will come. Then let us keep on reporting on how do we shape policies that we strengthen DPI in Africa. As I was coming here, I had an encounter with one of the POS operators and told me of some of the emergent issues, and even in their operation in Nigeria as regard to fraud and the like. So which caught my attention. So we keep on doing that. We keep on assessing the system to see, okay, what do we need to report about, to call government, to draw government attention to, and also to enlighten public about this and about that. Fine, we do that. Then the second thing that I also want to suggest is that for MFWA, yes, fellowship is about storytelling. However, as part of deliverables, we can also include capacity building. As a fellow, if they train you, yes, it can be part of that. You also must step it down, train your people. So if there is a way they can support for that, so that as we receive that training, it may be costly to say they can't train everyone, but if I benefit from News Agency of Nigeria, even if it is 2-3 people in my office, I can, whether virtually or in person, so I can gather them and train them. So, and they can reach out to me anytime they want to seek any clarification. So it may form part of the deliverables, so that we begin to also spread the gospel of DPI reporting. So that is one thing that will help a lot to spread it. So that's the way I see. There are a lot of challenges actually. There's in everything, even in solution reporting, when you report about success, there are also some challenges. So I believe that as time goes on, we've strengthened this through our reporting, then before we know it, we will get there. Definitely we are not there yet, but we are not where we used to be.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Osman. And in wrapping up, let's hear from you. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just wanted to respond to some of the questions. So for example, there was a question about the challenges that fellows have faced in their story production, right? And They mention issues of people not responding to them when they call on them. I mean, the many challenges that journalists face every day in their reporting is the same challenges that they faced in their reporting during their fellowship and when you are talking to them. And so there's nothing different, really. I just want us to appreciate the fact that this is just another aspect of media reporting, just like you see people report for business, for health, environment, and the same challenges we face where people who are responsible are not willing to respond to questions and be accountable, or people who just don't want to be part of the conversation, or the normal challenges you face where, for example, he mentions the issue of pressure for you to drop stories. These challenges have been there, but the fact is that as a journalist, you have your principles and your ethics, and we have to go by them. Some will choose differently, but you have to decide what is best for your conscience and for your people and for yourself. There was a question about what the gaps that are there and what can be done to fill those gaps. In actual sense, I think she's talking about what other things are left to be reported on. I mean, DPI is very, very huge and wide, and I don't think just 2 fellowship or maybe 2 years of reporting will fill the gaps. So the gaps are there. We'll have to keep reporting about them because every day things are changing, right? And the challenges are different, evolving, and we need to keep reporting about them. So we need to keep training people, we need to keep letting people know about it. And the last part about what needs to happen after this fellowship is that I think Media Foundation for West Africa could take this up, that we've trained journalists, but perhaps we need to go to media houses and see how we could strike some kind of appreciation and understanding in the newsrooms for the editors themselves to appreciate the DPI and why they need to create, for example, desks in their newsrooms. We have business reporters. We should have DPI reporters. If we can do that, I think that could be a legacy for this if there's no funding even in the future, so that then what you've given birth to can actually continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our editor. Please, a round of applause for them, please. Okay. I can still see some hands, but unfortunately, our time is up. However, after here, you can reach out to them and ask them any questions if you have. So this is where we draw the line, and we are done with our session. So thank you so much.
Jennifer, we need you and your panelists to take a group photo. Isaac, don't go yet. Let's do a quick group photo. Please, can we give them another round of applause? Thank you so much for sharing your experiences, your learnings, and what can be done to fill the gaps going forward. So it's exactly 5 o'clock, and on this final panel discussion of the day, we bring day 1 of WAMECA to a close. Thank you very, very much for your participation. Yes, we all deserve a round of applause, certainly. And thank you especially to our online audience who've stayed with us throughout from morning.
Yes.
We are so grateful for your time. Before we leave, we can't thank our sponsors enough. So once again, co-develop DW Academy, Oxfam in Ghana, the 11th Hour Project, MTN Ghana, African Ender Foundation, GCB Bank, thank you for the support. So we are back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. For another round of discussions and discourses. So our online participants, we hope to see you back online with us tomorrow morning at 9. Before we go, just an announcement for those of us lodging at Coconut Grove Hotel. We understand a bus is available and parked in front of the reception to take you back to your hotel. So kindly take note and move to the bus after you leave here. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much. And see you tomorrow morning at 9, and do have a very good evening.
Yeah. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Merci beaucoup.
Goodbye. And you can take pictures. We have banners outside.
Yes.
You can take pictures with our hashtags and post online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.